your father.
Tell us your view.
Insane.
Hello. I'll be right back. I have to do something. I have to do something big. Big and important. Whoa. Hold on. E. We'll be right back. In the meantime, enjoy watching the empty chair. Enjoy the empty chair in the meantime. It's your favorite content, so it's gonna be okay. Hello, I'm back. My empty chair, whatever thing. Welcome. If the dog is too thing, then it might be a problem. But it's okay. I believe. I believe it's going to be okay. Hello, Philip August. You're the first one here tonight. Nobody's here besides you. You're the most loyal viewers. Hello, Felsin Forma. Hello. You're here. You're here to witness Trump reshaping the world, or wanting to. Fido. Also, if Doggy is too disruptive, we might have to take breaks to calm him down. I mean, I don't know many ways to calm him down. I don't know how to calm him down. I don't control him. He just threw over a bunch of stuff. I'm training him in real time. I'm telling him to sit, and if he sits, I give him a snack. That's a legitimate training technique. Can you hear him breathing loudly? Can you hear the breathing? Ow, ow, ow. Shut, 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 shut. I have to, I guess if we're waiting for people to come over for stream, we have to. I have to throw him out of the room. I have no choice. It's too much energy. And I need my freedoms. Okay? I need my freedom to be respected. Or something. I need respect of some sort. Hold on. Oh my god. He's back. What a perv. What are you... Co ty robisz? Okay. Oh my god. I think you can hear him sometimes, but most of the time I don't think you can hear him. Okay. How is everyone that's actually here? How is everybody that's actually here? He? Odejdź. Odejdź. Fuj. He has to lie down and calm down. Okay? Or else I'll punch him in the face. Oh my god. Oh my god. Anybody still here? Is anybody still here? Have I lost you all? Have I lost all 2 viewers to my dog? Hello, Dr. Johns. Hello. Oh, redeemed. I think if you go here and no change privileges, you can uncheck verification requirements, and this will turn off the time limit. Hello. Oh, hello. Hello, convenient Estelle. I'm trying to fight my dog. Okay, I'm gonna go to dashboard now. Gonna fix the street. I'm gonna fix Twitch. Oh my god. He's to come down. Jesus Christ. I'll have to murder him. Don't listen. Don't listen to what I just said. Where are channel privileges? Where is the channel privileges thing? Okay, he lied down. Jesus Christ. I don't know where channel privileges are. Settings, moderation. Ah, okay. Moderation. Channel privileges. Where? Polaris only mode. Oh. Okay, it's just gonna be 0 minutes, any followers. Okay, 0 minutes, any followers. So right now it's gonna be, all you have to do is follow me and you can chat. But as a non-follower, you cannot chat. Does that make sense? Followers only mode. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Does that work? John the Brazen. Don't know Whiteleaf accepted members from outside the US. Oh yeah, absolutely. Wait, hold on. How did you find this stream, John the Brazen? First of all, am I the only Whiteleaf person that's outside of the US? Actually? Wait, hold on. Wait, does Loner Box have a White Forest? Am I actually the only Am I the only White Forester outside of the US? Also, John the Brazen, tell me how you found this stream. Tell me everything. And then, have you been here before? Are you enjoying this stream of me fighting against my dog? Welcome. I'm not even sure where to begin. Because my dog just is not... He wants something, but I don't know how to give it to him. I mean, he just wants to play, but I cannot play with him right now. Oh, do you enjoy my streams? This is the moment of truth. Do you enjoy my streams? Do you think I'm good enough for a subscription? You're white. I'm shame people for being white. I just started watching after Aiko rules finished. Aiko did not raid me? Wow. Okay. I see how it is. Betrayal. Alright. What's the thing that I wanted to say? I think I wanted to say something really smart. I'm gonna show you something, okay? Remember all that talk? I can't afford a subscription. Well, the fact that you're here is enough for me. The fact that you're a viewer of mine. Oh, last time you were here? That's good. Yes. Now it's said that all you have to do is follow, and if you follow, then if you just follow, then you'll be able to chat. All right. I'm gonna show you something funny. Lucy, can you leave the forest open while you talk politics? I can, but you have to defend me. Also, how many players do you want in the forest? I have a question. Also, I'm gonna show you something really funny, okay? Can I show you something funny first? Can I show you something really funny? Funny and sad at the same time. I'm crying in the laughter. I have $13 pounds. It's pounds, right? For the rest of the week. I need to use it to printing and getting a train ticket home. And you should not spend any of it. But you should encourage others to spend. And you should tell people that watched Aiko to come here and have fun in this stream. I'm gonna show you something funny. You know how I'm gonna try not to show you any weird oh yeah, here. Remember how Trump always says that there's this that if he was president, Ukraine would have never happened, that Putin would never have invaded if he was president, etc., etc. And now people straight up ask him, so as long as you're president, China will never take Taiwan by force? And he answered, and this is his answer, okay? Remember, keep in mind that he always so boldly says, if I were president, Ukraine would have never happened. The full-scale invasion would never have happened. And now, this is what happens when he is actually asked, what if the invasion of Taiwan will never happen, okay? This is what happens when he gets asked questions like this in real time.
In saying that
not after the fact.
As long as you're president, Iran will never get a nuclear weapon.
That's true.
Is it also your policy that as long as you're president, China will never take Taiwan by force?
I never comment on that. I don't comment on anything because I don't want to ever put myself in that position. And if I said it, I certainly wouldn't be saying it to you. I'd be saying it to other people, maybe people around this table, and very specific people around it.
There you go. I never comment on that. I never said that, okay? So his policy is, I never say it before it actually happens, but when it happens, I say that it never would have happened if I were president. I'm sorry, if you're gonna boast that something never would have happened if you were president, then sorry, it makes sense for you to keep the thing and say, yeah, as long as I am president, it will never happen. That's not really strategic ambiguity, okay?
this table. So I don't want to put myself in that position. But I can tell you what, I have a great relationship with President Xi. I've had a great relationship with him. We want them to come in and invest. I see so many
Like, it's not strategic ambiguity to say, maybe I will sell out Taiwan, maybe I will not sell out Taiwan. That's just being wishy-washy, okay? I've got a great relationship with Xi. Oh, come on. If I was president, a lot more rich people would be in prison.
things saying that we don't want China in this country. That's not right. We want them to invest in the United States. That's good. There's a lot of money coming in, and we'll invest in China. We'll do things with China. The relationship we'll have with China will be a very good one. I see all of these phony reports that we don't want them money, we don't want anything to do with them. That's wrong. We're going to have a good relationship with China, but they won't be able to take advantage of us. What they did to Biden was...
Yeah, we're gonna take advantage of them. By the way, you know how Trump hates immigrants? You know how America first? You know how Trump hates asylum seekers and wants to deport as many people as possible? Well, apparently, if you've got $5 million to spare, you're good to go. If you got $5 million to spare, no, it doesn't matter who you are. You can be a crook, you can be an oligarch, you can be a Russian oligarch. I haven't tried it on yet. If we reach $50 in donations, then I will try it. But yes, this is my lipstick and nobody else's. If they can get the chip manufacturing stuff out of Taiwan, then they probably wouldn't care. Probably.
He didn't know what was happening. He didn't know what he was doing. The administration didn't know what they were doing. It was very sad to watch. But we're going to have a good relationship with China and Russia and Ukraine and the Middle
Yeah, we're gonna have a good relationship with everybody. The truth is that what Trump is trying to do is carve up the world into neat spheres of influence and say, we take this, we take that, we give you this, we give you that. And once we secure the spoils, the next thing that Trump wants to do is to say, okay, we're the most powerful guys here, so we might as well, all of us, slash our military funding because we're still the strongest at the end of the day. We're gonna keep our little spheres of influence, and this is how the world is going to work now. Of course, not everyone is playing ball with that plan, but what is Zelensky doing? Zelensky, quite frankly, is doing the only thing that he can. Okay? There's not much that Zelensky can do. He has no leverage. You have to remember that. Zelensky has no leverage. But I have to ask, what are you referring to? Are you referring to something specific, or are you referring to the mineral deal? What are you referring to? Because we are going to discuss the mineral deal today. Trump and Elon don't seem to understand soft power. You can tell if Trump is just playing to his audience, or he's cutting all this aid, not realizing what he's doing. I think he might not know what he's doing. Like, he has. We're gonna talk about soft power as well. I've got a thing for soft power discussion as well. Don't worry. If he said it would never happen under my presidency. I mean, he said that about Ukraine multiple times. It never would have happened under my presidency. He was offered a better deal by Europe. Really? On minerals? Yeah, but the thing is, it doesn't matter if he was offered a better deal by Europe. The question is if Europe can actually provide a better deal on arming Ukraine, and I'm not so confident on that. Yeah, sure, Europe can offer a better deal on minerals, but it doesn't really It doesn't really offer better aid. Thank you for the tier 1. Here is a portion of my fortune. Europe has provided more. No, Europe has not provided more military aid. Actually, Europe has provided more overall aid, but has not provided more military aid. I'm pretty sure the United States are still ahead in pure military aid. But Europe has provided more overall aid. But aid is not just military. You have to understand that. No longer white. Yes. There has to be some tracker. Yeah, but overall, the United States provided at least 50% of the entirety of military aid. Ukraine military aid tracker. Ukraine support tracker, Kiel Institute. I think this is gonna be good for checking. Oh no, humanitarian. I want military, not humanitarian. Military. Which one's military? See? How do you know he didn't go through the fine print? We don't know that. We cannot say that he didn't go through the fine print. They said it? Who said it? Wait, who are they? If finer details are to be discussed afterwards, that means that there are no finer details to read in the deal itself. That means that the deal does not contain them. That means that the finer deals have to be negotiated. It doesn't mean that he didn't read them, that Zelensky didn't read it, and it means that uh, the finer details have to be negotiated. But it doesn't mean that there's a fine print that neither Trump nor Zelensky has read, and they have to now read it post and discuss it still. That's not what follows. I mean, Trump already forced him. Like, remember, the U.S. holds all the cards. What can Ukraine do? Say, screw you, the United States. We don't need your military aid. No, the best that Ukraine can do is try to negotiate better terms. Ukraine has no leverage, absolutely none. We're gonna read about that deal today because some of the details have leaked. I'm sorry, I don't believe words. I believe in actions, not in words. European leaders have said a lot of things, okay? European leaders have said that they would absolutely super support Ukraine, and we are where we are. you should stop believing in words and you should observe actions rather than, look to what people have said. Yeah, but Trump is giving words of "I will screw you over." That's the difference, okay? And Europe is saying, "Oh, we will support you. Everything will be great. You will give you this. We will support you till the end. We will support you for as long as possible." And I'm sorry if no aid comes with those words, then they're just empty words. And if Trump says, "I'm going to screw you over," and it's just words, then I'm happy about it. Okay? That's the difference. I would be glad if Trump offered only words, actually. It's certainly not enough. Yeah, it's certainly not enough. Why do you think we are where we are? Why do you think the United States gave half of the entirety of military aid against the entirety of the European Union? How much of the GDP do you think each and every European Union country has given to Ukraine? How much is it? 0.02% of GDP from Germany, from France, from all of these countries that would have, if they would have given even a fraction more, it would have been a lot more. Well, I'm sorry, that's reality. That's reality. You can read several articles from reputable media that will tell you that European countries treat Ukraine as a pet project, not as a serious investment. And I'm actually quoting them right now, not even paraphrasing. Especially Western. Especially countries like Germany. Do you think it's not embarrassing that Poland has provided more tanks to Ukraine than any other country? Poland? Is Poland the richest country in the EU now? What's happening? France has the throughout the war, France has actually given little to no military aid, believe it or not. Where's France? Here. This is France. Ready, ready. Okay. So I'm gonna do 3 players. I'm sorry, this is just the reality of the situation. The aid has been mismanaged and mishandled from the beginning of this war. Do you really think that the aid from the West has been adequate for Ukraine? No, no it hasn't. That's the whole problem behind this whole war. That the aid that the West was giving to give Ukraine was always too little and too late. And that includes the United States, by the way. That includes the United States. Hold on, I'm gonna have to. No, I don't want just countries giving. Oh my god, this is stupid. Oh, this is the article that I think I went through. Europe is giving more aid, of course, but Nation aid by GDP. Poland. First France. US. This is 0.5. France. This is France. I'm sorry. France 0.18%. Germany 0.44%. It's really sad numbers. Poland gives 0.8%. Okay, that's really sad. Estonia 2.2%. Denmark, Lithuania 1.8%. If the bigger countries gave in such percentages as Estonia, Denmark, Lithuania, Latvia, Finland, or even Poland, then we would have seen a totally different aid, a totally different quality of aid. I will tell you that. We would be seeing a totally different war right now. We would not be having Trump saying, oh, it's maybe possible, it may be possible to retrieve the territory of Ukraine, but it'll be very difficult and basically impossible, and it's. Trump is an awful president, but that doesn't change the fact that the entirety of the West has dropped the ball when it comes to aiding Ukraine. I know that it's easy to get lost in the criticism of the United States right now, but the fact also remains that Europe has dropped the ball hard as well. And now scrambles to do anything about it. Because the paradigm that it has gotten used to is crumbling. Sorry to say, but those are also the facts. How is everybody? How many viewers have we got? 10? Can it be? Oh wait. I'm losing my mind slowly. I mean, understandable. All things considered. We're gonna be talking about, okay, free, create. Emily S does not seem to be here. We're gonna go with free, no randoms. Randoms were a mistake. Okay, I've muted the game completely. So yes. Interrupting the US President Macron said, to be frank, we paid 60% of the total effort. And was through like US loans. And was through like the US loans, guarantees, grants. And we provided real money, to be clear. Alright. Let us see. So yes, Trump is not willing to say, as long as I'm president, Taiwan is not going to get attacked. That is not a thing that Trump is willing to entertain, so to speak. But I want to talk about something else to get us off to a good start for this beautiful, cute little stream. All right? We're going to be discussing also Philip August. You should get someone to raid me on Twitch. That would be great help. That would be very helpful. Oh, Philip August was in a break. Was in a commercial break. You should get someone to raid here. Okay. I'm ready to talk about the best thing in the world. And that is, hold on, I have to find it. My favorite news of today. Trump wants to offer wealthy immigrants golden cards. Is my favorite thing in the world. Trump, who has run his campaign on anti-immigration, Trump, who has said that he does not want awful criminals, crooks from mental asylums and jails. He will deport God knows how many people. And now he has decided that, you know what? Actually, immigration is good as long as you can pay $5 million for it. As long as you can give 5 million bucks, you are eligible to basically stay in the United States forever, whoever you are. Permanent card, a golden card, and it doesn't matter if you're a Russian oligarch or any sort of person. As long as you have $5 million to spare, you're welcome to the United States. In fact, some Russian oligarchs are really nice people, which is an interesting thing to say because I know a journalist, a war journalist, that said that people that commit genocide can be really nice people as well. You know, as individuals, some that commit genocide can be really personable and really nice to talk to. I remember him saying that he had an interview with people that committed the that took part in the Rwanda genocide. You know, they took the machetes and they butchered people with them. And he said that during the interview, he had beers with them and that they were personally really nice people. So forgive me that when I hear the statement of some of these oligarchs are really nice people, it does not really fill me with confidence, okay? I don't really hear that statement and think, oh, okay, it's fine then, I guess. There's a video here. Trump wants to offer wealthy immigrants gold cards for 5 million. We're gonna watch this video because it's golden. It's a golden video. It's just, it encapsulates the entirety of the mentality of the Trump administration. No poors, no poors allowed. If you're poor, if you're an asylum seeker, you're less than human. You don't deserve to be here. Get out of here. If you're undocumented, even if you're a hard worker that wants to build a life here, you're out of here, okay? There's no place for you in America. Even if you basically boost the economy by sheer numbers, by working and contributing to, you know, things going around. But if you're the ultra wealthy and you can invest in a golden card for $5 million, then you're more than welcome to the United States of America, the land of the rich. It used to be called the land of the free, but I guess now it's going to be called the land of the rich. Let's see.
It's incredible, but California has. We're going to be selling a gold card. You have a green card. This is a gold card. We're going to be putting a price on that card of about $5 million. And
yeah, green card. You know, that thing that people strive for when they get asylum status, right? It's of course. Of course this is an equivalent, like the golden card, the VIP card.
And that's going to give you green card privileges plus. It's going to be a route to citizenship.
Exactly. So the EB-5 program.
You can buy citizenship in the United States. The anti-immigration Trump says, yeah, you can just straight up buy citizenship into the United States if you have $5 million. Of course. Why not? But, you know, if you want to just come here and try to get documents, become a worker, start a family, no, screw you. Get out of this country. If you want to come here, then try scrounging up $5 million. Okay? That's why they're called asylum seekers. They're looking for mental asylum. True. Oh my god, it's so true. If they have time to be so mental, why don't they just bring $5 million? Problem solved.
Was really, you lend some money, but it was full of nonsense, make-believe, and fraud, and it was a way to get a green card that was...
Yeah, those asylum seekers, those fraudsters that want to go into the country. Get $5 million, you cheats and robbers.
Low priced. So the president said, rather than having this sort of ridiculous EB-5 program, we're going to end the EB-5 program.
Okay, we're going to look into the EB-5 program because we're going to see if it's really as ridiculous as, you know, what do you think about the gold card? Hello, Crowless, my biggest fan. Yes. My opinion on the golden card, it is a ridiculous thing, okay? It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. That if you're rich, you can just buy your way into the citizenship of the United States. I will repeat, no matter who you are. I'm not sure if it's going to be in this video, but he was asked during a press thing if it was okay for oligarchs, for Russian oligarchs to buy the card, and he just said, yeah, of course, if they have $5 million, of course they can become get this card. And you know what, it's fine. Some oligarchs are just nice people. Well, it's different. He didn't just rebrand it. No, he didn't just rebrand it. He just gave me the difference. I'm gonna, of course, look it up right now, but you just gave me the difference right here. The EB program, you invest 800,000 or 1 million in a business or create one, okay? You invest in a business. But here, it's not you invest 5 million in a business or whatever. You don't start a business and hire people, etc. No, you as an individual pay 5 million and you get a card. That's a huge difference. Okay?
We're going to replace it with the Trump Gold card, which is really a green card gold. So they'll be able to pay $5 million to the U.S. government.
A Russian oligarch be eligible for a gold card?
Yeah, possibly. Hey,
Oh,
I know
there you
some
go.
Russian oligarchs.
Eligible for a
$5 million to the
Are the Russian oligarchs eligible for a golden card? Like, there's a difference between you start a business, you invest in a business, and you get this card. And I, as an individual, throw in 5 million, and I get a card.
U.S.
A
government.
Russian
That's a
oligarch
pretty big difference in my mind.
be eligible for a gold card?
Yeah, possibly. Hey, I know some Russian oligarchs that are very nice people.
Yeah, what a surprise. It's really is not a surprise to me that Trump knows some Russian oligarchs, considering how friendly he is towards Russia right now.
It's possible. They're not quite as wealthy as they used to be. They're not as wealthy as they used to be. I think they can afford. I think they can afford $5 million.
But they're all going to be vetted. Everybody who comes in gets vetted. Okay, they get
Vetted for what? What is a Russian oligarch going to be vetted for? Being an oligarch?
vetted. So you gotta, we're going to begin in 2 weeks.
About 2 weeks. The sale will start in about 2 weeks.
What does that even mean? Vetted. Let me see. EB5 program. They're vetted by being able to pay 5 million. I mean, that is a pretty big immigrant investor program. So yeah, that's already a difference, because EB5 is an immigrant investor program, and the golden card is just, here's this card, anybody who has 5 million can just buy it. It's a sale. So those are two different things. It's not just a rebrand. USCIS administers the EB5 program. Under this program, investors and their spouses and unmarried children under 21 are eligible to apply for lawful permanent residence, become a green card holder if they make the necessary investment in a commercial enterprise in the United States and plan to create or preserve 10 permanent full-time jobs for qualified U.S. workers. There you go. This alone makes it not a rebrand. Because in the golden card plan, you buy it, you pay 5 million, you don't have to care about anything. In here, you have to plan to create or preserve 10 permanent full-time jobs for qualified U.S. workers. So those are totally different things. Completely different things. It's as far from a rebrand as you can get, actually. This program is known as EB5 for the name of the employment-based fifth preference visa that participants receive. Congress created the EB5 program in 1990 to stimulate the U.S. economy through job creation and capital investment by foreign investors. It's a far cry from, here's a card for sale for anyone that has $5 million to spare, okay? In 1992, Congress created the Immigrant Investor Program, also known as the Regional Center Program, which sets aside EB5 visas for participants who invest in commercial enterprises associated with regional centers approved by the USCIS based on proposals for promoting economic growth. So basically, the difference between this and what Trump just created is that the purpose of this was to actually create jobs for people and incentivize investment. And the golden thing, the purpose is to just sell as many cards for $5 million each. That is such a bizarre thing to replace the EB5 with. That is actually horrible. At least on paper. On paper, it looks like it's a really bad replacement, especially in the long run. The EB was 10,000, 500,000 back then in 2005. Yeah, but it wasn't you pay that money and you get a card. It was you invest that money in a business and you hire people. That's totally different. Okay? There's a difference between I take $100,000 to half $1 million. I create a business. I hire 10 people. Okay, I create jobs. I create a business that will generate profit. By the way, there's a difference between that and I give the Trump administration $5 million. I get a card, and I don't have to do anything else. The business and creation of jobs part is pretty crucial. Okay, I know you get a card, but that's where the fact that you get a card from EB5 and the golden thing, that's where the similarities end. Okay, and the differences are pretty stark, I would say. Requirements for investing capital and creating jobs. About, there you go. USCIS administers the EB Immigrant Investor Program, which was created by Congress in 1990. To stimulate the US economy. All EB5 investors must invest in a new commercial enterprise that was established after November 29th, 1990. Okay, that's a new commercial enterprise means any for-profit activity formed by the ongoing conduct of lawful business, including a sole proprietorship, partnership, whether limited or general, holding company, joint venture, corporation, business trust, etc. Like there's a huge difference between the purposes of these programs, if you can even call the golden card thing a program, which would be very generous to do so. Before it is cheaper, so you can possibly get a job while on student visa for 5 years with CPT, and then up to 5 years work after graduating, so you can possibly have 800K after and create your business and get that card. So it was good for people and was eligible for adjustment or status, so you can do the interview in the US without leaving. I mean, EB5 had a purpose, okay? The golden card is just a card sale. That is just a huge difference. Like we cannot ignore that. We cannot pretend that the golden thing is just a rebrand of the EB5. There's a completely different things. These are completely different matters. Hello. Hello. Thank you for raiding with the party of two. The trans agenda, always. Also, we're gonna be talking about trans things as well. Are there any more details? No. I think the video speaks for itself. There's no more details needed. I think we've exhausted the topic of the golden card. I don't think we have to talk about the EB5 visa program either. I think we can come to the conclusion, I think we can agree that there's a big difference between this thing that Trump is trying to accomplish with selling golden cards for 5 million and what the EB5 was trying to accomplish, right? Can we agree? Can we please agree that's the case? Can I please persuade you to see it my way? Before we move on to the next news, before we move on to the next thing, to the next best thing. Also, I always encourage you to join the lucyhaza.org/live page and become a subscriber, or to give someone a subscription. I'm gonna check phone from time to time because I'm waiting for news, okay? I'm gonna, Signal. Telegram. Okay, I'm waiting. Yeah? Doing stuff that looks important to make him and other people engage in residency. I mean, it's more like he's trying to make as much money as easy as possible. That's how it looks like to me. He's just trying to make easy money and destroy perfectly viable programs while doing so. You can claim anything is just crooked and corrupt and just replace it with something really stupid. Yeah, because buying golden cards for $5 million a piece is completely corruption free. That's a corruption free endeavor if ever what there was one. Uh-huh. On the bright side, look at this. I'm gonna give you this little gem from Poland because I'm a Polish nationalist. And Poland says even if the United States decides to screw over Ukraine, we will never screw over Ukraine, okay? We Polish people from Poland, Polish pride will always support Ukraine. Listen to this.
We as Europeans will continue to stand side by side with Ukraine to achieve a just and lasting peace. Peace through strength, the only kind Kremlin respects. Finally, I'd like to dedicate to this Council a maxim authored by my predecessor as Foreign Minister of Poland, a survivor of Auschwitz and of Stalinist prisons, Professor Władysław Bartoszewski. When you are in doubt how to behave, behave with decency.
There you go. That is a very good maxim, and I will probably use it somewhere in my speeches. If you have doubt how to act, act with decency. If you ever want to listen to everybody, okay, if you ever want to choose a person that you will listen to when it comes to delivering news, when it comes to talking about the world, see if they are acting with decency. All right? There are a few. There are a few people that act with decency and they deserve your support. Okay? I'm not talking about myself. Does he even make him that much money? I mean, it's easy money, isn't it? It's easy $5 million per card. And Trump probably assumes that the line to get a permanent thing for the US will be long. So I act with indecency. Well, then you're not You're not in a position to speak of anything, okay? You're banned. You're fired. All right, let's continue this. Also, I'm gonna check real quick if I'm dead. I'm actually not dead. I'm hungry though. I'm gonna eat quick. I'm gonna eat real quick, okay? I'm just gonna eat something real quick, and by eat real quick, I don't mean in real life. I mean in game, because I've been abandoned by my so-called allies. I've been abandoned by my so-called allies in the game. Technically speaking, we're playing this game to get me through it, and now I've been abandoned. I'll be so behind once this is all over and done with. Just look how betrayed I am. They aren't even listening to me. Just look. Just look how they're in ignoring me. I'm speaking. Also, Lucy is stressed. No, I'm not. I would never. We're not seeing the game because you're not supposed to see the game. We're doing politics. I only turned on the game so that I died. I think. I think I'm dead. Okay, I'm dead. Someone has to come and revive me. We're doing politics. We're not doing the game right now. Hell straight, I died. Okay, we're doing politics now. This is not a gaming stream, okay? This is a Lucy stream. Whatever that means. Alright, we've got a few topics to cover. One of them is... Actually, one of them is the big deal. Actually, I want to look something up. Europe offers counter offer mineral deal. Lucy is just playing the game because chat is boring her. Be more entertaining, chat. True. It's a well-known fact that is the job of a chat to entertain the streamer and not the other way around. EU offers its own win-win minerals deal to Ukraine. Did Europe pitch? Okay, we're gonna read about this and then we're gonna read about the actual deal, because it seems like the European deal was just to make the American deal really unappealing for the US to actually offer a good deal. It feels like this is the case. Oh, nobody's helping me. Okay. I see how it is. I think I'm actually well. I'm well. I think I'm well justified in my trash talking now. I think I deserve to trash talk my friends in the game. They choose cave dwelling instead of helping me. I thought I had friends, but now I see I have only temporary allies on this island. Hold on. I have to go back to the village or whatever. And get back my stuff, and then we can do politics. What a sad state of affairs when I'm just being left to rot. I cannot believe this. Hold on. Just trust me. You cannot see the game, but just trust me when I say I've been betrayed. I've been betrayed by two very sneaky individuals. sneaky individuals who betrayed me in my time of need. They're offering me a very bad mineral deal that I have to accept if I want to survive. Very bad deal. Feel bad, but they're not gonna take advantage of me anymore. I'm gonna be the advantage taker. Okay? We're gonna have very friendly relations, but you're not gonna be able to take advantage of me anymore. True. Just like China will not be able to take advantage of the United States anymore under Donald Trump. This is not Biden's. This is not Biden's forest anymore. This is Trump forest. Okay? You're not gonna be able to do things to me that you did before. The time of taking advantage of me is over. What can we say? We're American. True. Name your camp Canada, then you can say Canada is not for sale. Alright, I'm gonna hide in this very weirdly open house because I used to have a tree house, but I guess someone destroyed it or something. It used to be somewhere around here. My beautiful, I don't know. I used to have a tree house around here, and now it's gone. And I'm very disappointed in whoever destroyed my tree house. Okay, it was a beautiful tree house. It was the most beautiful tree house that you've ever seen in your life, and you just destroyed it without remorse, like a monster. Fess up. Who destroyed my little? Oh, I can see. I can still see the wall for my treehouse. Oh, maybe it's still here. Maybe it's actually still standing. If so, then I will go climb it. I swear to God, if somebody destroyed my treehouse, I will be mad. There's the wall. I remember. Oh my God! Somebody actually cut down my treehouse. Wow. Okay. That's not cool. It's not cool at all. Wow. I, I doubt the cannibals did this. Okay? I highly doubt it. Alright. I'm ready. I'm ready to do politics for you all. Okay, how are you all? Philippe Auguste, you didn't get nobody to raid me. Why? Why is there no raiding happening? I have a question. I have all the answers. And then we're gonna be talking about the deal. Yeah? You've got the questions and I've got the answers. You should know we're gonna abandon you when you need us most. True, I should have known. So what's the question? Thanks, Lucy, because... Wait, on what? Thanks, Lucy, because Dylan constantly getting distracted on stupid shit. Wait, what shit? What is he getting distracted on? I don't get it. Also, I just went to play Forest, okay? I just want to revive myself in Forest, and you say that other people get distracted on stupid shit. When I just went to revive my character, um, and I just, he's doing the Epstein files. Oh, okay. What's it about? Now I'm intrigued. Now I want to do the Epstein's files. Okay. Oh, the declassified files. Do you mean about Trump? Isn't that old news? Isn't that old news though? The declassified Epstein files? You don't count. You don't have 1 million subscribers. Does Lucy know of a good English source to read about Poland, Lithuania? Absolutely yes. Google Oxford History of the Union, Poland, Lithuania, and you will get one of the best books about the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth on the market, English speaking. It is a very, very good book. I highly recommend it. So I'm really glad you asked me this question. Epstein's files. Let me check something, because I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna give you a rude awakening. Oh. Mm, uh, okay, I can. I got an answer to a thing that I was curious about. Thank you. You're welcome. My pleasure. Oh yeah, I was about to check something and give you a rude awakening, okay? Mm, YouTube. Uh, Apparently, getting distracted by stupid shit gives you 389 viewers, okay? 389 viewers. I don't get distracted by I actually do. But I have only 7 plus 5, okay? So that's my response to you, Vladimir. That is why I have to tell you. But let's discuss the deal. Let's discuss. I've been talking about things for long enough. Let's see if I've been bad mouthed. Is he having a bad time? Oh my god, they're bad mouthing me behind my back. Okay. Alright. So let us start from the very beginning. Okay? This all has started with Trump trying to extort Ukraine for a very bad deal. $500 billion in rare earth minerals, oil, gas, and what have you. Ownership rights. As Zelensky has put it, 10 generations of Ukrainians would have to pay for this sort of beautiful deal. It was a very nice deal for President Trump. Trump has been heavily pressuring Ukraine to sign this deal, in particular for Zelensky to sign this deal. And when Zelensky refused to sign this deal, then Trump has branded Zelensky to be a dictator, and that there should be a new election, and that Zelensky should be um, replaced, preferably by someone who would sign that deal, is what I'm getting from what has been happening. And since then, it seems like the European Union has pitched a counter proposal to Trump's deal. Did Europe pitch plan to push Trump out of 500 billion Ukraine rare earth deal? A senior Brussels official reportedly said developing Ukraine's rare earth minerals with Europe would be on fair terms, which is not something the US president is offering Kyiv. So, this is already news that is outdated because since then we have a new deal and we already knew the terms of the new deal and we'll be going over the terms of the new deal that Zelensky and Trump will be actually signing, okay? But before we go through the actual deal as it is, we'll be discussing this little counter proposal that European Union has apparently pushed in order to sort of make the US agree to more fair terms. Actually, a 500 billion deal with Europe sounds more attractive than with the US. Logistics are much less complicated. Well, Europe did not demand 500 billion, so it may not have been the negotiating outcome Donald J. Trump had been banking on. Yeah, that's why he branded Zelensky to be a no, not a terrorist. He branded Zelensky to be a dictator, and he said that it's very difficult to make deals with him. I remember that. That is a quote that I will never forget. Zelensky is just difficult to deal with. A key piece of a White House plan to get a ceasefire in the Russia-Ukraine war. A sweetheart deal obliging Kyiv to hand over hundreds of billions of dollars worth of mining rights to US big business in exchange for US arms sold at twice their price. This is a key part of this deal that to me is just it was just unacceptable. In exchange for US arms sold twice their list price, which is ridiculous because I assume it's still we're giving you our old equipment, but now we're giving you our old equipment at twice the price, and by earning twice the price, we're gonna use that to restock our own equipment. That would have been so scummy. That would have been the scummiest deal in the history of the world, actually, if it went through. May have hit a snag on Monday when Ukrainian dealmakers found a more generous old world suitor. A senior European Union official on Monday allegedly announced the world's biggest trading bloc has placed a proposal on the table for the EU to help Ukraine develop critical materials, and that Brussels' terms to Kyiv would be a lot better than Trump's offer. Stephanie Sejourne, Europe's Commissioner for Industrial Strategy, said in comments reported by the news agency AFP that a draft development agreement the EU handed over to Ukrainian officials on Monday would, unlike a US development proposal that has been under discussion for weeks, be fair to Ukraine. This is by the way, if this is what happened, then this is exactly how the European Union should be leveraging its power. This is exactly how the European Union should be dealing with the United States, by offering counter proposals, by pressuring the United States to act, by acting as leverage for Ukraine. This is exactly what I want to see if this is actually as it played out. In this case, when it comes to the mineral deal, the European Union effectively acted as leverage for Ukraine. And I believe that is exactly the role that the European Union should be taking in negotiations and everything Ukraine related. It should act as leverage for Ukraine to be able to depend on. Whether or not it will, we will still see, but but this is a good sign. 21 of the 30 critical materials Europe needs to can be provided by Ukraine in a win-win partnership, Sijorn said. The added value Europe offers is that we will never demand a deal that's not mutually beneficial. That said, according to Interfax Ukraine, EU Commission spokesperson Thomas Regnier denied that any new offer had been put forward. Okay. There's no proposal since 2021. The EU has partnership on critical raw materials with Ukraine, formalized through our Memorandum of Understanding. So this dates back 4 years ago. As with all the EU critical raw materials partnerships that we have, this corporation is not only about um, securing supply chains for the EU, but also about fostering local value creation and capacity building in partner countries, ensuring mutual benefits. Now, as you see, this is really here about cooperation with Ukraine and not about any sort of competition with the US. Regner said, "Oh, they have to be really careful. They have to, I guess they have to be careful about the language that they use. Europe should be much more aggressive with the US. I swear to God. Europe should grow some balls. Europe should be more unified, and Europe should be the leverage for Ukraine. Because otherwise, Ukraine just has none. And it ends up at the mercy of its allies. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, in comments to Kyiv media on Sunday, said that a US drafted mineral resource development proposal handed over to Kyiv on February 14th was unacceptable because, among other terms, it called for total US corporate control of development and operations with no revenue to be received by Ukraine until US investors had covered their costs and took a guaranteed profit. What a horrid deal that was. The latest draft of a proposed US minerals development deal now under review by Kyiv calls for Ukraine to give up minerals, oil and gas river revenues plus earnings from parts on other infrastructure, the New York Times and other mainstream media reported over the weekend. So yes, we don't have to read the whole thing. It's a really interesting thing that there was this discussion of the European Union pushing forward a counter proposal in order to secure better conditions over on the US Ukraine deal. But now let's look at the deal proper. Okay? Breaking. Ukrainian cabinet approves the draft of the minerals deal with the US. I'm gonna be right back and then we're gonna continue, okay? I'm gonna continue. What a beautiful, wonderful deal that was, Lucy. US reputation get hit on the world stage for no reason. And now look where we are. US State Department is playing ass coverage for one egotistical man. I mean, it happens. All right. Oh gosh. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready to review the deal. I'm ready to take my magnifying glass and look at the deal. I should grab something to drink. Hold on, I'm gonna grab something to drink. Invite more people to the stream. Tell everybody what's the deal. The deal is with Ukraine on minerals. We're still discussing the deal. Ukraine US deal. Also, Vladimir, tell people that I'm the coolest Slav. I'm the coolest Slav streamer. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm the coolest Slavic Eastern European streamer. And now my dog is awake. That was a mistake. Going for a drink was a mistake. Now my dog is awake and was gonna cause trouble. Okay? My dog has decided, oh, you wanna get a drink, mother quacker? I'm gonna give you a drink. I'm gonna punch you in the face. That is what my dog just whispered to my ear. Oh, never mind, never mind. I think he's about to lie down. Oh my gosh, I think he lied down. No, he didn't. Oh my god. Anything can still happen. Anything can still happen. I'm gonna see if I'm being badmouth in the game. Okay, I'm not being badmouthed. But I am hungry. Because nobody cares about me being hungry. Nobody bird feeds me. God. I'm being abandoned by my allies constantly. Just observe, okay? We love you, Lucy. Oh, thank you. Okay, well, let's discuss this deal. Okay? He's a sweet thing. You can fool me. What, my dog? I mean, he is, but, he sometimes just wants to punch me in the face. That it is what he does. That is really funny that someone came to my stream, of all people, to my stream to say, oh, this other streamer is just getting distracted by stupid shit. And I'm here jumping all over the place, not being focused on anything. Okay, it's time for the deal. I swear I'm on it now. I'm swearing. Duck is hydrating. True. Welcome, Zoshelix. Ukrainian cabinet approves the draft of the minerals deal with the United States. This is the deal. A fund joint ownership US Ukraine, no more 100% US financial control. So this is good. This already point one is a step in the right direction. A fund joint ownership US Ukraine, no more 100% US financial control. Congrats for having someone to care of, by the way. I hope he's going to eat well. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to be honest. If he is going to eat well depends on your contributions to this stream, okay? I have opened a type of um, you know, subscription on YouTube. So if you don't want to go to my page lucyhaze.org/live and subscribe there or donate, you can always become a supporter on YouTube. And the tiers are, I think, pretty low. So you can become a supporter. And if you do, apparently YouTube really likes it and will make me much more visible in the algorithm. Apparently, the more supporters you have on YouTube financially, the more YouTube feels that it can make a buck out of you, and the more you are visible in the algorithm, and the more you grow. That is how it works. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wow, convenient Estelle. All right. Europe is starting to get serious. Not quite yet, but maybe. Maybe. All right. So point one, no more 100% US financial control. That is the fact. That was one of the worst parts of that deal. Shares of ownership take into account relative contributions. 1. The governments of Ukraine and the United States of America, with the aim of achieving lasting peace in Ukraine, which I have no idea how that's supposed to happen without any security guarantees, but I guess we will have to see, intend to establish a reconstruction investment fund partnering in the fund through joint ownership to be further defined in the fund agreement. Joint ownership will take into consideration the actual contributions of the participants as defined in section 3 and 4. The fund will be jointly managed by representatives of the government of Ukraine and the government of the United States of America. So already we are seeing an interesting part here. Joint ownership will take into consideration the actual contribution. So I guess the ownership percentage will be based on the contribution of each side. Thank you very much. I assume that is how this will work. More detailed terms pertaining to the fund's governance and operation will be set forth in a subsequent agreement. See? Someone said that Zelensky did not read the fine print, that Trump said that the finer details will be discussed later. No, it's not that Zelensky is just a city boy that did not read the finer print. Its more detailed terms pertaining to the fund's governance and operation will be set forth in a subsequent agreement. So there will be a separate agreement that will have to be reviewed and have to be negotiated and, agreed upon. The fund agreement. That's so hilarious. This deal is unachievable already because, Ukraine is still invading Russia. Ukraine is invading Russia. True. Truer words were never said. If only Ukraine did not invade Russia. Why did Ukraine go and do that? Horrible stuff. This sort of... Okay, I'm not gonna rant about the deal, okay? It's still far better than the deal that was proposed at the start. But yes, I just want to put to bed saying that Zelensky is just an airhead that did not read the finer print of the deal. Okay, that is not what happened. To be negotiated promptly after the conclusion of this bilateral agreement. Okay? So again, finer details have to be still negotiated. They're not set in stone, and Zelensky simply did not read them. The maximum percentage of ownership of the fund's equity and financial interests to be held by the government of the United States of America and the decision-making authority of the representatives of the government of the United States of America will be to extent permissible under applicable United States laws. By the way, I'm just going to take this time to note once again that the United States of America are not placing themselves as a country whose sole objective is to attain just peace for Ukraine. Its number one objective with Russia is not peace negotiation. It is a negotiation of going back to normal relations and then business relations. And its goal with Ukraine is also not really peace negotiation. It's getting a good deal out of Ukraine on minerals. Those are the priorities of the Trump cabinet. Normalizing relations with Russia, starting business as usual with Russia, and getting a good deal out of Ukraine. Peace, whether or not it's just, it's a secondary matter to those things. Or even less than a secondary matter, actually. Next, the fund will invest in Ukraine only. 4. Cannot be resolved unless both sides agree. For example, the US can sell its part to Russia. The US is going to have a separate deal with Russia about minerals, so don't worry about that. As far as I know, Russia has more rich earth than Ukraine, which is why this deal-based approach is, in my opinion, detrimental to Ukraine. But that's, that's just me. Ukraine gives to the fund 50% of all new revenues from minerals. Old and existing Ukrainian revenues are not in the fund. Okay, so the companies that are taking care of the Ukrainian oil and gas. 2. The fund will collect and reinvest revenues contributed to the fund minus expenses incurred by the fund and will earn income from the future monetization of all relevant Ukrainian government owned natural resource assets, whether owned directly or indirectly by the Ukrainian government, as defined in Section 3. The government of Ukraine will contribute to the fund 50% of all revenues earned from the future monetization of all relevant Ukrainian government-owned natural resource assets, whether owned directly or indirectly by the Ukrainian government, defined as deposits of minerals, hydrocarbons, oil, natural gas, and other extractable materials, and other infrastructure relevant to natural resources assets such as liquefied natural gas, terminals, and port infrastructure, as agreed by both participants, as may be further described in the fund agreement. Who administers the fund? Both Ukraine and the United States, and it's co-owned, and the ownership percentage will be based on the contribution. It was in point 1 that that there is a joint ownership of the fund between Ukraine and the United States. Despite defined as deposit, blah 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 blah. As agreed by both participants, as many as may be further described in the fund agreement. For the avoidance of doubt, such future sources of revenues do not include the sources of revenues which are already part of the general budget revenues of Ukraine. Timeline, scope, and sustainability of contributions will be further defined in the fund agreement. The fund agreement could still be horrible and could still need heavy renegotiation. 7. Some commitment from the US to contribute to Ukraine development financially through this fund. No specifics. Okay. That is very vague. Some commitment from the US to contribute to Ukraine development. 8. No more clause that Ukraine must contribute anything in exchange for the future US aid. Thank God. That was horrible. That was a horrible clause. I think that the worst of all. Like the clause about Ukraine paying double the price of the equipment. 4. Subject to applicable United States law, the government of the United States of America will maintain a long-term financial commitment to the development of a stable and economically prosperous Ukraine. Further contributions may be comprised of funds, financial instruments, and other tangible and intangible assets critical for the reconstruction of Ukraine. 5. The fund's investment process will be designed so as to invest in projects in Ukraine and attract investments to increase the development, processing, and monetization of all public and private Ukrainian assets, including but not limited to deposits of minerals, hydrocarbons, oil, natural gas, and other extractable materials, infrastructure, ports, and state-owned enterprises as may be further described in the fund agreement. The government of the United States of it ends here. It's already a far better deal than what was proposed, right? It actually mentions investing into Ukraine. It actually is a co-ownership. It actually gives Ukraine something, okay, as opposed to, hey, give us 500 billion, pay us, and we own everything. We control your resources and infrastructure, and screw you. And maybe we will sell you weapons and at double the price. 9. A paragraph on security guarantees. It is vague, but the US wanted to out in nothing. 10. Commercial in nature. 11. Respect commitments of Ukraine to the EU, etc. By the way, of course, there's not going to be anything about security guarantees in here, I think, because, well, how should I put it? This is not about peace for Ukraine. This is about just a deal that the United States can get out of Ukraine. Again, I will repeat this. I have said it a bunch of times, but I think it should be reminded. It should be reminded time and time and time again. Respect commitments to the European Union. Language to prohibit development of minerals on the occupied territories, not for Ukraine. But the fund agreement will provide inter alia an acknowledgement that both the fund agreement and the activities provided for therein are commercial in nature. The fund agreement shall be ratified by the Parliament of Ukraine according to the law of Ukraine on the international treaties of Ukraine. The fund agreement will pay particular attention to the control mechanisms that make it impossible to weaken, violate, or circumvent sanctions and other restrictive measures. The text of the fund agreement will be developed without delay by working groups chaired by authorized representatives of the government of Ukraine and the government of the United States of America. Contact persons responsible for preparing the fund agreement on the basis of this bilateral agreement are from the government of the United States of America, the Department of Treasury, from the government of Ukraine, Ministry of Finance, and Ministry of Economy. Overall, this is a very good agreement against the early versions. Details will have to be worked out in the fund agreement C.8 above. A victory for Zelensky, but also a victory for Trump, could boost U.S. investment interest in Ukraine and generate a gold rush 5 times. Security guarantee is vague, so why would Ukraine sign it? There has to be explicit security guarantees, don't you think? Or should we just trust Russia and Trump? I mean, unfortunate as it is, Ukraine does not have much choice. It doesn't have much choice in the matter of whether or not indefinitely it can um, not sign a deal. At some point, Trump will just say, oh, Zelensky doesn't want to sign even a deal that is far better than the one that I initially wanted. So I'm just going to sideline him completely. Okay, I'm just going to sideline Zelensky completely, sideline the Ukrainians in their own peace talks completely, and we'll see who comes out on top, because Ukraine, as I've said before, and I'll say it again and again until it sticks, has no real leverage against the United States of America. That is an unfortunate reality. There are not many countries that have an actual leverage against the United States of America. Poland is in the same situation, basically, as a single nation state. The European Union as a whole certainly has leverage when it comes to negotiations with um, the United States of America. So yeah, as there are certain people that speculate that the European Union has contributed to this outcome by alluding to a better deal that it countered the US one with, but apparently that's not the case. In any case, the fact remains that we have ended on a far better deal than the one that was proposed at the beginning. But also it remains fact that it betrays the US attitude when it comes to international relations, when it comes to this war. It's not about ending this war in a just peace. It's about, again, normalizing relationship with Russia and about getting as much as it can from Ukraine. Because as Trump said himself, maybe Ukraine will be Russian in the future. Maybe it will not. It will not. But what we must do is to get our money as fast as we can. Because if we don't, and Ukraine will end up being Russian, then we will look like idiots for having helped in the first place. That is the Donald Trump stance. He has already laid it out pretty clearly. He has explained it in no uncertain terms. There is no vagary, there is no misunderstanding as to what Trump policy is around Ukraine. Okay, there's no place for vagueness, there's no place for a misunderstanding. Trump is quite forward, quite straightforward when it comes to what he wants. And what he wants is a different world order than the international law based one. It's more like there are a few key players that divide the spoils and then sort of wind down on the military spending, which we will talk about in a moment. We will talk about the cutting spending on the military in a moment, because that is basically what Trump proposed to Russia and China. We're the big dogs. Why don't we wind down on the spending and also continue the denuclearization program, which I guess Trump wants to leave a legacy as well of some sort. But we'll get to that. We will get to that topic. Right now we have discussed the deal a bit. It is all very vague right now. We would have to see what the details of the actual mm, fund agreement. Like, if we want any details, we would have to be able to glimpse into the fund agreement, and we do not. Oh yes, there have been arguments made here that this establishes as a certain foothold of the United States in Ukraine, but we'll see. We'll see. It is not as guaranteed as a safety guarantee as one might think, because similar deals that the US is having with Ukraine, Russia can just propose to the US as well, as we've discussed before yesterday. Russia is already preparing its own proposals for mineral deals with the US. So yeah, let's see if I'm alive still in the game. Oh, I'm called. Reputation half bar is tanking hard. I don't know how much it keeps getting. Take resistant percentage or not. One moment. I'm gonna read your comment once again in a second. Well, Trump's popularity among the voter base is tanking. That's one's for sure. Trump's own reputation among his voter base is tanking hard. It is taking a big, big hit. I have no clue where the fireplace is. I'm called. Alright. I'm gonna read your comment now in earnest. Reputation health bar is tanking hard. And I don't know how much it keeps getting. It take resistances percentages are not looking good. I mean, you know, as I've said, Trump's approval is not doing well because of how he runs things as a president, which, you know, is not an unpredictable outcome. There is a lot of outrage. There's a lot of increased outrage about the Trump presidency. That is understandable. He's making a lot of crazy moves, unreasonable moves, both domestically and internationally. Flushing the soft power of the United States is probably not the best thing. Butchering healthcare is not the best thing, and we all know that by placing RFK at the top of healthcare, that's basically tantamount to butchering healthcare. We don't have to go through the whole list. We all know what's happening with the Trump cabinet. Which, by the way, I want to show you something funny again. I want to show you something really funny again now that we have agreed. Whereas, oh, we're gonna be talking about this. Do you know about this? Do you know about the crazy Trump Gaza video? We're gonna be talking about that a little bit. Oh my, I know. But I wanna see the prayer, okay? I wanna see the Trump prayer. So let me see. Trump cabinet prayer. Okay, Lucy, let's go. Yes, let's go. Let's start with the prayer, because I love this. Thank you, God, for President Trump. Trump begins his cabinet meeting with a prayer, because there's a cabinet meeting when there's a huge circle jerk and everybody's thanking everybody, and it's great. So let's say a prayer before the next Trump topic. I think we should. I honestly think that before starting any Donald Trump related topic, we should be saying this prayer first. What do you think? Do you think that's reasonable of me? Do you think we should be starting any segment about Trump with this prayer? Let's listen to it first.
Father, we thank you for this awesome privilege, Father, to be in your presence. God, thank you that you've allowed us to see this day. The Bible says that your mercies are new every morning. And Father God, we give you the glory and the honor. Thank you, God, for President Trump, Father, for appointing us. Father God, thank you for anointing us to do this job. Father, we pray you'll give the president, the vice president wisdom, Father God, as they lead. Father, I pray for all of my colleagues that are here around the table and in this room. Lord God, we pray that we would lead with a righteous clarity. Father God, that as we serve the people of this country in every prospective agency, every job that we have, Father, we would humble ourselves before you and we would lead in the manner that you've called us to lead and to serve. Father, the Bible says that blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. Well, Father, we today honor you, and in your rightful place, Father, thank you for giving us this opportunity to restore faith. Father,
Thank you, God. Oh, amen. I think every single Trump segment should at least start with thank you, God, for Donald Trump. Don't you think? Thank you, God, for Donald Trump. This is how we will. Maybe this is how, or maybe that should be my donation sound. Thank you, God, for Donald Trump. That was gonna be a thing. But hold on. Shall we now that I've established, who's in charge? I've established like Jesus. There's no Jesus anymore. Now we have Trump. The Messiah has returned. God chose Trump to become the US president. True. Not only that, Trump is like God's son. Trump is Jesus reborn. Like the Avatar. The last airbender. Jesus was like Aang, and Trump is like Korra. Have you seen Korra? The sequel to Avatar? So Trump is basically like that sequel to Avatar, The Last Airbender. I'm so proud of this example. I'm so proud of this comparison that I've given. I'm so proud of myself. But now, I want to watch the crazy... no, we're gonna watch something else. We're gonna watch something else from the cabinet meeting. Ang's an illegal immigrant, honestly, true. Elon Musk is now presiding over the cabinet meeting. They're not beating the co-president allegations, and co-president might be putting it charitably for Trump. Is this the God Emperor of America, Godfather Trump protects us from evil? Yes. And one day Trump will, with his super awesome power, will power interspatial travel, and he will be in a coma, kept alive, in order for humanity to be able to use its superpowers for space travel, just like in Warhammer 40k. Was Jesus an immigrant? Yes. Completely. An asylum seeker. A criminal alien. Alright. That's why he was crossed. Alright, let's watch. Elon Musk being Trump's daddy. Daddy in charge.
And what is your target number for how many workers, employees you're looking to cut total?
We wish to keep everyone who is doing a job that is essential and doing that job well.
And who's going to be... Okay, who's going to determine if a job is essential and if a person is doing their job well? Because let me remind you, they have sacked people responsible for maintaining the nuclear arsenal. So I guess that job is not essential, and the people doing that job just sucked. They just sucked at their job. It's not really important to maintain the US nuclear arsenal, I guess. It's just not really a super important job.
If the job is not essential, or they're not doing the job well, they obviously should not be on the public payroll.
Okay, I wanna look it up now. I wanna look it up, because if the job is essential and they're not doing that job well, they shouldn't be on the... Okay. Um Dodge fires nuclear arsenal maintenance team. Uh-oh. Dodge reversal. Firing of U.S. nuclear weapons workers. Uh-oh. I guess that's not an essential job, or they just did not do it correctly. Let me see. The grand tech priest of Adeptus Teslas, Elon Musk. Trump administration tries to bring back fired nuclear weapons workers in Dodge reversal. Wah, 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 wah. So let me hear that again. What was that? So I'm sorry. What was that you just said?
on the public payroll.
What was
Or
that?
they're not doing the job well. The job is not essential. If the job is not essential, or they're not doing the job well, they obviously should not be on the public payroll.
Obviously. Obviously, they should not be on the public payroll. Obviously, if the job is not essential, right? Let's just fire them all. Also struggling to rehire them because they deleted their resume or something. Well, yeah, of course. This is so hilarious and also horrible and also horrifying at the same time. I'm loving it. Also, if you appreciate what I do, if you like Lucy Haze streams, if you're a big fan, okay? If you're a big fan of what I do, then please consider um, subscribing. You can subscribe either on my page lucyhaza.org/live, or you can just do it on YouTube now because I've opened that possibility. And the more you do it on YouTube, apparently, the more the algorithm will like me. That is why I've been told that the more YouTube feels it can make money off of me, the more the algorithm will show me to people, and the more viewers I will have, etc., etc. So you can do that on YouTube, or you can actually also do it on Twitch. So as I'm multi-streaming right now, I'm also streaming on Twitch right now. So you have multiple of options, okay? That the options are just endless right now as to what you can do. You can donate or subscribe on my White Forest page, but if you don't like White Forest, you can do it on YouTube or you can do it on Twitch. Alrighty. Perfect, right? Alright, let's continue. Let us continue this little thing. I've done my little shill bit, and of course now I'm counting on you to, you know, do your part as my good, loyal viewers. I'm gonna do something real quick. I'm gonna wait for you to write something, write your thoughts about everything. I'm gonna read it. And then I'm going to go to the next topic. I'm gonna have to go to the Telegram for a moment. Oh. Okay. Copy. Deep L translate. I'm translating words to a song, by the way, in case you're curious what I'm doing. I'm translating words to a song. No thoughts? Nobody has anything to tell me? The chat is so quiet. I'm so sad whenever chat's quiet. I like enchanting with the chat. That's the whole pleasure of being a streamer. Okay? If you're not gonna write anything, then I'm gonna go to the toilet. You're gonna be sorry. I'm gonna be deeply sorry. Good coverage? Thank you. But I want to know your opinions so that we can discuss it. Be part of the team, okay? Be part of the experience. Like, this is the only stream where you will be as noticed. Everybody else, you'll be ignored. You'll be ignored and sad and forgotten. But here, you get the recognition that you deserve. The Lucy has the experience, you get all the recognition. That's why I have all the free chats open at all times. White Forest, YouTube, and Twitch. I look at all of them here. I have them on the separate monitor. I have the thing that I'm covering here, and I have all of you on a dedicated screen, on a dedicated chat screen. All right? So give me your feedbacks and be nice. A chat monitor. True, I am a chat monitor, okay? I'm a chat police person. I'm gonna go to the toilet. I expect at least engagement, okay, with the chat at worst, and subscriptions and donations at best. Also, I'm gonna check the chat in the game if I'm being like ignored again. Okay, very good. I'm being ignored by everybody. Okay, I'm going to the toilet. I'll be right back. Thank you very much. I like that Trump is cutting the military. Well, you might you might not like it when it ends badly. Just cutting the military on itself in itself is a bad idea. I'll be right back. I completely forgot that when he gets energetic, I can just give him a squeaking toy. God, I'm not very smart, am I? I can just give him a toy, he'll be preoccupied with the toy, and I'll, won't have to suffer. And it actually is a really satisfying sound to hear him bite the toy and hear the squeak. Hello, Dr. Johns. Hold on, I'm gonna check how things are in the. Oh my god! Okay. I'm gonna show you something real quick on stream. Okay, I've just what the hell? Okay, look at this. Do I have to? Oh my! Have I never played a game on this setting? Oh, which topic are you talking about? The deal or the conference? Finally, Dylan is doing his job. He's like covering the same. Which topic are you talking about? Oh my god. Oh. Is my chat becoming just a place where Dylan Burns gets bashed by Ukrainian viewers? Okay, game capture. Forest. I'm gonna show you something wild. Specific window. Where's the forest? Look at this, okay? Oh my god. I don't even know how to react to this. What the? He almost killed me! You're kidding me. He almost killed me. He literally almost killed me. It can actually kill your friends in this game. Whatever. That's enough. I don't even want to see. That is very funny. Get footed. Oh gosh. Oh my god. So which topic, Vladimir? Okay, let's go. For all the food fetish people in the audience, since you want to be like destiny or density. True. True, true, true. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue with the politics, because I'm a serious political streamer, alternative media personality. Actually, I'm gonna tell you something, okay, as an aside. If other bigger streamers can be distracted with things, then so can I. I will have you know that alternative media is in my DNA, okay? Alternative media is in my blood. During the 70s and the 80s, when Poland was in the Soviet sphere, when Poland was under the yoke of the Soviet Union, when the communist government of Poland reigned supreme and censored everything, my parents were in the business of creating alternative media. The alternative media, which later went on, some of it, to become the new mainstream media. They would create books, they would print books, they would print newspapers, they would do all the things that normally mainstream media does, but they would do it from the printers in at their own homes. Okay? I am the uh, person that has alternative media in their DNA. Okay? When alternative media is discussed in any context online, I should be the person that is called on, okay? To discuss the history of the alternative media becoming mainstream media in Poland and the legacy of it, etc. But that won't happen because most people don't even know about it. Anyways, anyway. So yes. What do you think? Was the rent worth it? That's how you got your billions of dollars from USA to find your extravagant lifestyle. It's obvious. Yes, that's right. Thank you. And now it's getting cut from me. Now I'm losing all that delicious money because Trump's the president. That's why I have to criticize him, because I lost all of that delicious money. But yes, that is the reality, the cold, harsh reality of the situation. It is sad. Wow, nobody's interested in history. Okay. Even though you're watching this history streamer. Okay, let's go to the next. We've done this. We've done this. Oh, we haven't done this yet, but I'm not sure. I think I'm gonna save this for a little bit later. I heard USA was sending 50 million in duck bread bits to Poland. I mean, fake news. Also, a Polish politician was declared a pro-Russian politician by the Russian media. A far, far right politician called Menson. I thought I'd mention it. Okay, I thought I would mention that the far right Confederacy pro-Russian politicians are in fact being praised in the Russian media. Okay, we're gonna do some easy content now. Okay, we're gonna do the Russian media monitor time. Olga Skabeva says Trump is boosting Russian economy. I know. Is the most Looney Tunes party in Poland, the Confederacy. Uh-oh.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья, товарищи.
Greetings, dear friends and comrades. Oh, wow, embracing that heritage of the Soviet Union.
В прямом эфире ваша любимая программа.
Live on Air is your favorite program. 60 minutes.
Программа 60 минут по горячим следам. Мы начинаем со
We start with breaking news.
срочных новостей. Россия и США
Today, Russia and the US will hold a second meeting.
сегодня проведут вторую встречу в Саудовской Аравии по
Saudi Arabia.
данным немецкой Die Zeit.
According to German Die Zeit,
Речь может пойти о
the talks will focus on restoring diplomatic relations. This is something, it is a weird turn of events that I'm going to agree with the Russian media monitor. Okay? This is this very strange moment when I will look at the Russian media and I will say, oh wow, I actually agree with what's being said here. Yeah, this is a boosting of Russian economy. And I'll say even more. Okay? I will say even more. Once again today, I will remind everybody that the United States is not negotiating a peace for Ukraine, not to even mention a just peace for Ukraine. What the US is actually negotiating with Russia is the normalization of relations between the United States and Russia and going back to business as usual. And then the United States is negotiating a deal with Ukraine to get as much out of it as it can in minerals. And then, as a distant third thing, the US is sort of ready to negotiate peace. Okay? That is basically what the situation is. And I'm going to bolster my argument with the next article that we're going to discuss.
Возобновление дипотношений и нормализации работы посольств. Путин заявил, что
Putin said that essentially during this negotiation,
Украина на переговорах
Ukraine wasn't even discussed, which is true, by the way. It is true. Ukraine was not discussed. It is a well-known fact that Ukraine, in fact, was not on the agenda during that meeting, which should just tell you that what I'm telling you about the negotiations, quote unquote, is true. The main goal for the US is the normalization of relations. The second goal is to get as much from Ukraine as possible. The third distant goal is peace, not necessarily just.
личностно еще даже не обсуждалась. Повестка Москвы с Вашингтоном
Oh,
гораздо
sorry, I haven't been reading.
еще даже
Ukraine wasn't even discussed.
не обсуждалась.
The
Повестка
agenda between Moscow and
Москвы с
Washington
Вашингтоном гораздо шире.
goes far beyond that.
Ночью президент
Last night, the Russian president offered the US
России предложил США партнерство по
a partnership in rare earth metals and aluminium, which, by the way, is a counter-proposal to the Ukraine deal. Russian is putting forward its all rare earth deal, which
каземам
is something that I have predicted would happen.
и алюминию на
For tens of billions of dollars,
десятки миллиардов долларов плюс
in addition to US investments into the Russian economy.
инвестиции в российскую экономику.
Trump is in a unique position. He doesn't just say what he thinks, but he says whatever he wants. Well, this is the privilege of being a leader. Of one of the major great nations.
Один из первых звонков, который я сделал, я позвонил Путину. И очень уважительная у нас была беседа. Я сказал, что мы хотим положить конец этому конфликту. Я не знал, могу ли я ему это сказать или нет, и что он ответит. Но вот, видите, какой...
Oh damn, what happened with his voice? I mean, he's an elderly gentleman.
результат.
Новые санкции
The EU imposed new sanctions against Russia.
против России ввел Евросоюз. Речь идет о 16-м
This is the 16th package of restrictions, including
пакете ограничений, в которые вошли, в частности,
the prohibition of aluminium imports from Russia,
запрет на импорт алюминия из России, отключение 13
disconnecting 13 additional banks from SWIFT,
еще 13 банков от SWIFT, прекращение
stopping transactions with certain ports and airports,
транзакций с рядом портов и аэропортов, а также
and the prohibition against broadcasting in Europe
запрет на вещание в Европе еще 8
for 8 additional Russian media companies.
российских средств массовой информации. Также
The
Евросоюз
EU also prohibited the imports
запретил поставки в
of
Россию
Sony's PlayStation game consoles to Russia. Good. I mean, I'm not sure what's that supposed to do. That'll show Russia. They won't be able to play those PlayStation games anymore. They won't be able to play Uncharted or I don't know. What's a PlayStation exclusive that's actually a PlayStation exclusive still? God of War is not an exclusive. Give me a PlayStation exclusive, please. And I'll say that Russia cannot play it anymore.
игровых консолей Sony PlayStation, которые якобы
Which
используют
are supposedly used by Russian drone operators. Oh wow, okay. PS5s are used by Russian drone operators. I'm gonna drop the supposedly, and I'm just gonna assume that it's true. Then instead of playing games, Russian soldiers are. I'm actually willing to believe that it's absolutely true. I'm willing to believe that at least the controllers are used for that. Not maybe not the console proper, but I'm willing to believe that the controllers are absolutely used for that.
Пользуются российскими дроноводами для
To
уничтожения.
destroy the equipment of Ukraine's armed forces. Sony PlayStation is contributing to the war effort.
Техники ВСУ. Показательно
The
реакция
reaction of Russian stock markets is telling.
российских бирж. Они, по сути, даже не обратили
Basically, they did not pay any attention to this.
на
I
происходящее
mean, what is Russia supposed to do?
никакого внимания. В
Like
отличие,
the conversation between Putin and Trump.
кстати, от телефонного разговора Путина с Трампом, который стал
That
значительно
became a significant event. I mean, if the US is going to break out of sanctions, to break out of isolating Russia and doing any of that, then the sanctions will, of course, their effect will be much lessened. Okay, if the United States decides to break out of those things, obviously,
событием для экономической
for the
жизни
economic life of the country.
страны.
So Trump, in other words, became a lifeline for the Russian economy. Thank you. Thank you for giving us this insight, Russian media. And now we're going to continue on this topic and read this article from the Kyiv Independent to sort of bolster this point as to what the policy of the United States is regarding Ukraine. Ukraine not on the agenda in the US-Russia talks, State Department says. So it's not just, it's not just some media talking point. The United States is actually sidelining Ukraine and forefronting the agenda of normalizing relations with Russia. It is something that has to be repeated. It is something that has to be reminded. It is something that has to be remembered. Ukraine not on agenda in the US-Russia talks. US and Russia officials will not discuss Russia's war against Ukraine during their meeting in Istanbul on February 27th. A US State Department spokesperson said in an email on Reuters. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov announced on February 26th. Okay? That Washington and Moscow would hold a second round of talks in Turkey, just over a week after delegates from the two countries met in Saudi Arabia for their first direct talks since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The meeting will not include discussions on Ukraine, a State Department spokesperson told Reuters. To be clear, there are no political or security issues on the agenda. Ukraine is not on the agenda, the spokesperson said via email. So what does that tell you about the policy of the United States regarding Ukraine? Give me a guess. Chat, please. Write your thoughts. Write your speculations. What does that mean? Ukraine is not on the agenda of these talks. Lavrov said that the meeting would focus on the reopening of embassies and diplomatic missions, one of the three main objectives named at the conclusion of the Saudi Arabia talks. So, what do we call that? What do we call that? Oh yeah, we call that normalizing relations between countries as the main focus, as opposed to getting just peace for Ukraine. Thank you. President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that Kyiv will not accept any decisions about Ukraine's future that arise from negotiations that exclude Ukraine. No Ukrainians were invited to participate in the US-Russia talks in Riyadh, which makes sense now. It makes perfect sense now why Ukraine would not be invited, because Ukraine is not the main topic of these talks. Ukraine, just peace is not the main agenda for these talks. The main agenda is, again, for the 100th time, normalizing relations with Russia, going back to business with Russia. Separately, the US wants to get as much as possible out of Ukraine, and maybe as a distant third, we're going to talk about peace, which does not have to be just necessarily. Okay? All right. As American officials prepare to meet with a Russian delegation, and of course, this will cause the sanctions from the European Union to have less of an effect, just so you know. As American officials prepare to meet with a Russian delegation for the second time this month, US President Donald Trump has claimed that a ceasefire deal between Kyiv and Moscow is imminent. Uh-oh. Just as I said that, it looks like there might be an air alert in Ukraine. Let me see. I think it's been cleared. Luhansk, Donetsk. No, the coast is clear. Most recent attack, most recent alert, 1 minute ago. Yeah, the peace is imminent. Imminent peace incoming. Well, last air alert minute ago. All right. That works. That works perfectly. Trump said on February 24th, the third anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion, that the war could be over within weeks. So, from 24 hours to half a year to 100 days to weeks. Great. Ahead of official peace negotiations, he has already said that Ukraine can forget about joining NATO, which is one of the key security guarantees that would actually make sure that Ukraine would not be attacked again. And that he is interested in signing a deal with Russia on rare earth minerals. I called it. I told you so. I told you that when you have a person that is primarily deal interested, deal oriented, that all that Russia has to do is come forward and say, hey, we also have minerals. Let's make a deal. Wow, how unexpected. The drastic shift in US foreign policy towards Russia has alarmed Ukrainian and European leaders. Zelensky is set to meet with Trump on February 28th, which happens to be my birthday. Yeah, I saved the game. To sign a critical minerals agreement and press the US to provide Ukraine with security guarantees. The problem is, the problem is that if you want to pressure anyone to do anything, you need to have leverage. Have you heard of this little thing called leverage? And I have bad news for you, okay? Really, really bad news. Ukraine, as it stands, has no leverage. I'm sorry to say this, okay? I'm sorry to be the person to give you these bad news, but it's true, actually. So Ukraine is not really in a position to pressure the US to do anything in reality. So yes. Read also, Ukraine war latest. Trump says he will meet Zelensky on Lucy's birthday in Washington to sign agreement on minerals. Oh, that's great. The mineral deal will be signed on my birthday. Any comment on that development? Any comment on what happened here? That's right. This is the perfect opportunity for me to say that on the 20th, it will be my birthday. We could have a big, big birthday mineral signing deal stream on the 28th. Why are you wishing me happy birthday now? On the 28th. 28. Thank you. So on the 28th, we're gonna have a birthday mineral stream. Okay, that's exactly how I'm gonna title the stream. Birthday mineral stream. I'm gonna play StarCraft on that stream or any sort of mineral based game. Maybe we'll play Deep Rock Galactic or something. That's a mineral based game. We're just gonna play mineral based games all stream. That is actually a pretty good idea. List me all the mineral based games that exist and I'm gonna play them on stream on the 28th. I don't believe in wedding rings or weddings, but it should be your anniversary too. What anniversary? The way if someone proposes you a ring, then it would be another mineral deal. No Man's Sky, is that a mineral? Terraria. Okay, Terraria. Minecraft? Mines are not come on. Command and Conquer, thank you. Thank you, Vladimir. You know your stuff. We're gonna play against the Russians. We're gonna play against the Soviets. That's perfect. Hey, that's true. That's true. That is true. We went from despairing about Ukraine not being on the agenda to planning my birthday stream. Isn't that perfect? There are no Soviets in Command and Conquer. Excuse me? Excuse me? Command and Conquer Red Alert? I'm sorry. What did you just say, an Entropy fan? Oh my god. What the hell? Yeah. Command and Conquer Red Alert. I'm so disappointed in you. You should become a supporter on YouTube, which is a thing that you can do now because I, you know, activated that ability. So you can do it now as penance for that awful comment that you just did. Any Yuki chick. I'm thinking amethyst. Amethyst necklace bracelet. Thank you. Wait, have I seen you here before? Also, you have a Ukraine flag, which makes you the best friend of this channel. What brings you to the stream? I'm not sure if I've seen you here before, so an introduction is in order. I'm gonna ask you how you found this stream, if you've ever been here before. If you have been here before and I don't remember you, then I apologize. Then I apologize a lot. To the max, actually. We're planning the birthday stream. Titan. Oh, okay. Thank you. Titan Uranus? That's right. I'm pronouncing it correctly. Titan Uranus. I'm not pronouncing it like an anus. Okay? I'm pronouncing it correctly. Titan Uranus. Okay? You should all pronounce it like that to show respect. Alright, is this your first time viewing this stream? Do I have to introduce myself? Do I have to tell you what my stream is all about? Are you having fun on this stream? Are the questions that I usually ask people, so I'm asking you as well. Have I gained a viewer? It's also a thing that I ask people. But it feels like I just scare them away by asking these questions. But I still cannot help myself. Oh, U is indeed the correct Greco-Latin pronunciation. Uranus. Titans on here all the time, if that's what you mean. No, they meant that they found me through Titan Uranus. No, I am a master lurker. I've been here for a couple of weeks. I love being here. Oh, thank you very much. We're all about solidarity with Ukraine here, so you should fit in right in. Actually, to see Lucy playing Stellaria is much more preferable. Stellaris is also Miller's. Stellaris. I'm gonna Google the game. Do I have that game? Do you know what game we should be playing actually? Stellaris? Oh my gosh. Isn't this game too complicated for me? Explore a galaxy full of wonders. I feel like this is too brainy a game for me.
Greetings, Archon. How good to meet
Also
you.
very
I am
expensive.
Veer. My programming insists that I advise you not to shut me down. Good. An excellent decision. As a virtual assistant robot, it has been my...
Okay, listen. You know what game I should play? It has minerals, sort of, okay? I should play Dynasty Warriors. And... I should play Dynasty Warriors and enjoy all the homosexuality on stream. What do you say? Is that a thing that I should do? Is that a thing? Should I enjoy all the homosexuality on stream? What the hell? Where's Michael Jackson? What the hell?
Privileged to witness much that this galaxy has to offer.
Where did the Michael Jackson come from? Oh. It's from the game. Never mind. I'm like, where did the Michael Jackson crap come from? To demonetize my stream. I'm gonna save the game and I'm just gonna get out. Someone already ruined my tree house, which I will never forgive that person, okay? I'm like, what the hell? I'm getting to the main menu. So yes. You built me a tree house? Wow, okay, that's very nice of you. The nice one, the triangle one. Okay, homosexuality is also fine. You can play the Lies of P. Homosexuality is mineral. True. That's why we have to play Dynasty Warriors Origin. It's full of homosexuality. It's dripping with homosexuality, actually. Look at this. Okay. It's so homosexual that it cannot be any more homosexual.
Your eyes still shine with the same.
When that happens,
Look at all those men.
with whom will you side? Your decision will set the course of our future.
Wow. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty cool. In its homoerotic splendor. I know. You're all as excited as I am. I'm super, super duper excited. I am a super duper excited around this development. Okay. FF15 has many gay overtones. Maybe you should play FF. No, we're playing all the Final Fantasy games in order. Okay? We're playing all these games in order. Okay? Now we have to go back to politics. We've had enough fun, I think. If I keep this up, Vladimir will go to someone else's chat and say that Lucy is just getting distracted by silly stuff. All right, let's get back to it. But if you want me to play mineral games on the 20th, remember to be here on the 28th when it's birthday time. What shall we? Nah, I wouldn't. Other chats are getting constantly spammed. Oh, okay. See, this is the plus of this chat, okay? Free chats, in fact. This is a very nice way of saying you're very small and nothing happens in your chat, so I can speak freely. That's a very polite way to say that. Oh yeah, okay, I'm gonna give you some actually domestic politics, okay? Because I've been actually quite afraid. I received a phone call from my mom, and she started telling me how elderly women have been getting murdered in Poland, in Warsaw recently. Like there's been this spree of elderly women getting murdered in Warsaw, and I've gotten worried. I even told my mom that maybe the dog should stay with her because as much of a puppy as he is, he's actually pretty big already. He's not quite the adult, but he's not quite the puppy anymore. He's quite big. So I got worried for my mom when I heard that elderly women are being murdered. And now it seems like suspects have been caught, and it seems like they have murdered women in some sort of weird crime and punishment inspired thing. You know, Crime and Punishment, that book by Dostoevsky? Warsaw police probe crime and punishment murders of 3 elderly women. So I'm pretty relieved that the perpetrators have apparently been caught, but I'm baffled by the nature of the crime. Nonetheless. I think you're imagining the sexual undertones. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm definitely not. I am definitely not imagining the sexual under. If you're talking about um, Dynasty Warriors, that I'm definitely not imagining the sexual undertones. They're so blatant. They're so over the top. They're so. I'm gonna give you one example of how characters talk to you. Okay, there's this super strong warrior um, that is a super duper strong warrior, the strongest warrior in the world, and by world I mean China. And he basically says, "Oh, you have uh, you have helped me to discover something that is more important than strength in life, and this is why I will have you. I will have you for my own, and I will hunt you down to have you because you give me this amusement." I'm sorry, this is so over the top and explicit that it just you cannot say that the sexual undertones. I'm just imagining. Okay? You just cannot say that. It's impossible. I'm really tempted to actually play the demo because I cannot afford the game itself right now and show you. I have the demo for this game. A demo is available, and I'm really tempted to just start playing it and show you just how not imaginary the sexual undertones are. The perp stooped too low for greatness. Maybe that'll be a birthday thing, okay? Maybe that'll be... To me, the most homosexual character of all times is Raiden from Metal Gear Rising. Oh my god, I have to play. I have to play that in the stream. I swear to God. You underestimate Dynasty Warriors' power. The suspected murder of 3 elderly women. Yes, I am doing it. I'm going from homosexual undertones in Dynasty Warriors to the gruesome murder of elderly women. You cannot do anything about it. The suspected murder of 3 elderly women in Warsaw may have been driven by a motive known from Dostoevsky's classic novel Crime and Punishment, an official has said. That is so strange. See, Moho gets it. Moho understands just how gay the Three Kingdoms era was. Yeah, I know. Homosexuality was not even seen as anything wrong in the Three Kingdoms era, as far as I understand it. Apparently, some emperors were even pretty gay. Openly. Apparently, gayness was not really frowned upon in that particular era of history. Yeah. Nobody believes me. People are like, oh, you're imagining it. No, I'm not, okay? I'm not. I am not imagining anything, okay? Don't be homophobic on my stream. This is a homo-friendly experience. This is a global homo stream, if there ever was one, which should boost my viewership by all the gays. Okay, all the gays should be watching my stream. I run the gayest stream on the block. And yet, no gays are watching. Let's face it, you're all gay here. Lucy said it. This stream is for homoerotic content. Yes. I stand by it. I did not stutter when I said it. All right, let's go back to the gruesome murder thing. We have to be serious. We have to be serious on this serious political stream. Also, I have to do something, speaking of. Oh, yeah. Okay. The gays don't watch the game. It's in the word. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Watch the streams, gays. Watch the streams. Also, I will remind you, on the 28th, it will be my birthday, so we'll be playing Mineral. Okay? Oh my gosh. Eh. Uh, Nobody said anything in the. Oh, whatever. Two men, a 45-year-old Polish man and a 33-year-old Ukrainian, have been charged in relation to the deaths in the Polish capital. Which, if it's crime and punishment inspired, then there's a bit of irony here, actually. I will say that there's a bit of irony in a 45-year-old Polish man and a 33-year-old Ukrainian reenacting crime and punishment. You will agree, right? You'll agree that there's a bit of whatever. You don't get it. Initial police findings indicate that the motive for the man's actions were robbery. Warsaw's police command said in statement. The police recovered the stolen cash and most of the items such as jewelry, paintings, old coins, and watches. Detectives have been investigating since the bodies of two women, one aged 81 and the other aged 80, were found earlier this month. On Tuesday, another woman aged 73 was found dead. Actually, my mom told me about the 73-year-old woman on the phone, which was the thing that made me nervous for her. She told me about that case. Two Latter-day Raskolnikovs. Speaking at press conference on Wednesday, a spokesperson for the local prosecutor's office compared the suspects to Raskolnikov, the protagonist of Crime and Punishment. In Fyodor Dostoevsky's literary classic, Raskolnikov, an impoverished ex-student, kills an elderly pawnbroker, planning to use her money to fund his life. I mean, fund his life is a little bit of a stretch, okay? I don't think Raskolnikov in the book tried to fund his life. I think he just I read the book. I'm pretty sure the bit was that he didn't have money. The elderly lady that owned the pawn thing had his family heirlooms that were important to him, and he didn't have the money to buy them off. So she wanted to sell them, the family heirlooms that he had. I don't think he was trying to kill her and fund his life with the things that he got from her. I don't think that was the book. Maybe I should reread it or something. I don't know. I remember the story being different, but I read it many years ago, so I don't know. Blah, 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 blah. At this stage, we can say that we're dealing with a case of two latter-day Rodion Raskolnikovs, spokesperson Piotr Antoni Skiba said. He was in dire straits. He was getting money from his mother, money she didn't have. We're dealing with murders of elderly women committed as a result of motives known from Fyodor Dostoevsky's novel. He added that the detectives had made progress in clarifying the circumstances of the three suspected murders committed during the last 14 days. The woman found on Tuesday in the Ursynów district of Warsaw is thought to have been strangled, the pub press agency reported. I got really nervous for my mom, by the way, when she told me about it on the phone. I was like, holy crap, there are people on the loose targeting elderly women. Maybe I should give the doggo to mom so that she has a big dog protecting her, you know? I actually got nervous. I'm actually pretty glad that the perpetrators are caught. Police said that the 45-year-old suspect was detained shortly after this incident. with the other suspect arrested a few hours later. Media reports said that the investigators were looking into another suspected murder that may be linked to the two men. Oh no, that would mean that there's another perp that is still on the loose, so I'm nervous again. Thank you, TVP World. Brain broken by Russian literature. LOL. This is some kind of Eastern Europe manifestation of Ihon Lenin's murder, but with the Russian literature twist. True, 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 true. That's why I said that there's a bit of an irony for a Polish and a Ukrainian guy to be recreating Raskolnikov's murders. Murder, not murders plural, murder singular. So I thought I'd talk about it, and I feel at ease at the fact that the guys were captured and they cannot hurt my mom anymore. So that's good. That's good. But see, Vladimir gets it. Vladimir gets why there's an irony here. Definitely. Definitely. A servant or relative was also murdered, if I recall. I'd have to look into it. Oh, in the book. I don't remember. Might have been a relative. I don't remember. I actually do not remember. So yes. That's the Polish news that I had for you today. It's gonna be an annoying thing to edit because I have done a 1 million tangents, but it's okay because it's me, right? It is natural. It is natural for me to be as scatterbrained as I am. We should be playing Phoenix Wright, by the way. Speaking of hitting ladies in the head, you should play Phoenix Wright. No, that's a game where ladies get hit in the head with some things. Okay? That happens in Phoenix Wright. Alright, let's continue. Let's continue this. Have I mentioned that tomorrow is my birthday? Because in Poland it's already the 27th, which means that tomorrow is my birthday. You're gonna come to my birthday stream. Mineral birthday, super cool stream. You're gonna be here for me. You're gonna help me or what? You're gonna assist me? I wanna check something real quick. Hold on. Oh my god. On my Discord. Oh, who liked it? Dr. Johns loved my comment. The takes from Pakistan Twitter get worse by the day. Any activist, journalist, or political group that were sympathetic to LTTE or tried to portray them as victims were given Bell's treatment. Several NGOs were banned for allegedly aiding the LTTE. Essentially, anyone that acted like LTTE's soft front was silenced. All Pakistanis should study Sri Lanka. If it fought a war versus terrorism and separatism for 2 decades, a massive tsunami inundated half the country and economic bankruptcy crippled it. Yet, It's one of the most pluralistic, vibrant countries on the planet. Draw inspiration. Oh my God. What a thing to say. What a thing to say. My goodness. Draw inspiration from Sri Lanka, of all places in the world. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna draw inspiration from Sri Lanka. Philippe Auguste, where are the raids? Where are the Twitch raids? What happened? What happened to the raid? Okay, let's go. Let's go to the... Oh, there we go. We're gonna talk about my birthday, okay? This is a topic on my birthday. Update. Trump says Zelensky to visit US on Lucy's birthday as Ukraine set to sign mineral deal. Okay? Excited? You're excited for the news? New news blues? US President Donald Trump said Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky would be coming to Washington on Friday to sign an agreement on rare earth minerals, and Zelensky said its success would depend on the outcome of their discussion. Wait, hold on. So they're gonna sign both the agreements, or are they gonna discuss like the actual agreement that has the details in it? I'm always on. You will see. The deal under which Kyiv would hand some revenue from its mineral resources to a fund jointly controlled by the US. Well, not some revenue. It's still 50%, isn't it? It's not just some revenue. It's central to Ukrainian attempts to win strong support from Trump as he seeks a quick end to Russia's war. Well, as Russia is seeking a similar deal, I'm not sure if this will not just end up being a backfire. With US-Russian talks that have so far excluded Kyiv set to continue on Thursday. Well, yeah, because I've already explained why, in my opinion, Kyiv has been sidelined. I don't have to get to it again. Trump confirmed Zelensky would visit Washington on Friday to sign the agreement on rare earths and other topics, but suggested the United States would not be making far-reaching security guarantees. Kyiv has been seeking U.S. security guarantees as part of the deal cast by Trump as payment for U.S. aid to Kyiv during the war. I'm not going to make security guarantees beyond very much. We're going to have Europe do that. There you go, Trump said without elaborating. We just want the minerals. We just want to milk Ukraine for what it's worth, and then we don't care, is what Trump is saying. Zelensky said the most important thing was that the current draft did not portray Ukraine as a debtor that would have to pay back hundreds of billions of dollars for past military assistance. This agreement could be part of future security guarantees. An agreement is an agreement, but we need to understand the broader vision, Zelensky said in Kyiv. This deal could be a great success or it could pass quietly, and the big success depends on our conversation with President Trump. He said it would be a success if the US becomes a provider of security guarantees. It probably won't, for Ukraine, which wants protection from future Russian attacks if a peace deal is reached. I'm afraid that will not happen. This will not happen. Russia is the US is already working to normalize relations with Russia, and any sort of security guarantee from the US to Ukraine would jeopardize that. So, and Trump wants those relations normalized. I mean, we're speaking about the president of the foreign country, not about some kind of call girl. Maybe he's going to visit, maybe not. I mean, as much as it's true that we're talking about the president of a foreign country, it's also true that once leaders of countries agree to official visits, they usually follow up and do those official visits unless something happens, you know? Usually when there are official visits planned, they usually happen. They usually end up happening. And this seems to be unofficial, like minerals deal visit, so the birthday visit. Blah, 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 blah. Fighting has continued in Ukraine during the flurry of diplomacy, while Ukraine frequently coming under attack from Russian missiles and drones in Europe's deadliest conflict since World War II. Questions over a Washington trip. Trump said on Tuesday that Zelensky wanted to come to Washington on Friday to sign a very big deal. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens on Friday. I'm looking forward to a Friday, I guess. Trump has been fiercely critical of Zelensky as he upended US policy on the war, calling him a dictator and ending a campaign to isolate Russia, which invaded Ukraine in 2022. And the US has refused to call Russians the invaders and the perpetrators of the war in a twist in a UN resolution. Trump spoke to Russian President Vladimir Putin on February 12, and a Russian-US meeting took place in Saudi Arabia on February 18th. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said Russian and US diplomats would meet in Istanbul on Thursday to discuss resolving bilateral disputes that are part of a wider dialogue the sides see as crucial to ending the Ukraine war. That is incorrect. The truth is, the main thing is normalizing the relations, ending the war, on whether or not it's just is treated as a secondary matter. Lavrov again ruled out any options for European peacekeepers being sent to Ukraine, although Trump has said some form of peacekeeping troops are needed in Ukraine if an arrangement to end the conflict is struck. So Lavrov, the foreign minister, has once again said that no peacekeeping force will be allowed, even though Trump said that he spoke to Putin and that Putin said that he will allow for such a force. So I'm getting some mixed signals here. Can it be that Russia is not all that trustworthy? Preliminary. Nobody has asked us about this, Lavrov said during a visit to Qatar. Nobody has asked us about this. Well, Trump said he did. Trump said he asked Putin directly, and that Putin said that it's not a problem. So which person's lying here? Trump, Putin, or Lavrov? So one of them has to be lying, okay? Preliminary agreement. Ukrainian Prime Minister Denis Shmyhal said Washington would commit to supporting Kyiv's efforts to obtain security guarantees under the finalized deal. Yes, yes, and yes. All three. Probably. Though the Americans offered no security pledges on their own. Shmyhal said Ukraine's government would authorize the agreed wording later on Wednesday so that it could be signed. He described it as a preliminary agreement. After the Ukrainian president and the US president agree on security guarantees, agree on how we tie this preliminary agreement to security guarantees from the United States for our country, in the presence of both presidents, a representative of the Ukrainian government will sign the preliminary agreement, he said. In a comment aimed at calming the fears of worried Ukrainians, Shmyhal said Ukraine would never sign or consider a colonial treaty that did not take into account the interests of the state. A copy of a draft agreement seen by Reuters and dated February 25th said, The government of the United States of America supports Ukraine's efforts to obtain security guarantees needed to establish lasting peace, which is a meaningless statement, really. Okay? The United States can interpret it as, yes, we are indeed rooting for Europe to provide you with these security guarantees. Okay? Yes, the United States definitely supports Ukraine's efforts to obtain security guarantees from Europe. That can very well be an interpretation of what's being written here. So, yeah, it's so vague that it's meaningless, which probably is intentional. Shmihal, outlining the agreement in televised comments, said Kyiv would contribute 50% of all proceeds received from the future monetization of all relevant state-owned natural resources, assets, and relevant infrastructure. Two proceeds would go into a fund under the joint control of the United States and Ukraine, he said, adding that no decision about the governance of the fund could be taken without Kyiv's agreement. Already existing deposits, facilities, licenses, and rents were not subject to discussion when creating this fund, he added. All right. We have once again breached the topic of the deal. Art of the deal. Okay. What else do we have here? I'm going to be back. We've got quite a few topics here today. We've got quite a few topics. I'm not sure even which one to grab. I'm not even sure which topic to grab. So I'm gonna go to the toilet and I'm gonna think about it. I'm gonna give you topics. Romania authorizes shooting down drones. We can pivot to Asia and talk about Vietnam. We can talk about Romania's presidential candidate being under criminal investigation. We can talk about Trump's baffling tariffs. You write in the chat what you want, okay? There's still a few of you. Write in the chat what your wants are. Write in the chat, okay? Please, please, please. I'll be right back. I'm going to the toilet. Write what you want. So, the puppy has ruined the chicken and it will not squeak anymore. I think he ruined the squeaky mechanism. Oh my gosh. The squeaky chicken is no longer squeaky. Now it just lets out air with this. It will not squeak anymore. Oh my god. He ruined the squeak. He killed the squeaking chicken. I'm personally waiting for Trump's posted video about the future of Gaza and your reaction to. Oh yeah, you're right. Yes, okay. You're right. Let's do that now. I'm gonna indulge you. And do the future of Gaza. Oh my god. True. Nobody in this is trustworthy. True. Trump is shirtless after all. True. True. Very, yeah. Indeed. Indeed he is. He indeed is a shirtless. He is indeed a shirtless man. Trump is a very sad, sad shirtless man. Are you ready for Trump Gaza? Oh, I am. Are you? I am so ready. You would not believe how ready I am. I'm more ready than you ever will be. There's even more homoerotic undertones than in FF15. Where? Oh! In the Gaza thing. I've got it prepared. I simply refuse to accept this as part of reality. This is not happening. Look. Look at that ruined Gaza with the kids, with the machine guns, with all those Palestinians. If only some strong man could come in and clear them all out. If only a savior would come and fix this mess and, you know, clean house. That would be so cool. It'll not happen though. Let's watch this video, okay? I bet this is a promo video of Trump putting forward a moderate, down-to-earth proposal as to what to do to support the Palestinians in their effort to rebuild Gaza, right? Also in this very picture we can see buildings standing, so that makes no sense. Him saying that there's no buildings left. Maybe Polish people should have been driven out of Warsaw. Look at all those Palestinians scrounging around. What's next? Drill baby, look, like in the cave. They live in caves. Palestinians live in caves. There we go.
To set you free, bringing the light for all to see.
Okay, I wanna listen to the lyrics because the lyrics are one of the most hilarious things in this thing.
Donald's coming to set you free.
Donald's
bringing the light. Donald's coming to set you free.
Donald's come to set you free? Is that what's being sang here? Can somebody, if you're hearing this, can somebody identify what exactly is being sang here? Donald's come to set you free? Is that what's being sang?
Donald's coming to set you free, bringing the light for all to see.
Bringing the light for all to see? It's like a messiah almost, a messiah figure. Jesus, I told you that Trump was the reincarnation of Jesus.
No more tunnels, no more fear. Fuck Gaza.
True. No more tunnels, no more fear. Capitalism, baby drill, and strippers.
It's finally here.
Well, what's finally here?
Trump Gaza. No more tunnels, no more fear. Trump Gaza is finally here.
Trump Gaza is finally here. Oh, I get it.
All to see. No more tunnels, no to set you free. Bringing the light for all to see. No more tunnels.
Yeah, finally, no more Palestinians. In with the white guys, in with the white investors to enjoy themselves here. Finally we see reason.
No more fear. Trump Gaza is finally here. Trump Gaza.
Oh my god, this is like a parody. This has to be a parody, right? Like this I refuse to believe that this is not a parody video. When Trump has posted this.
Shining bright, golden future, a brand new light.
Golden future, brand new light.
Taste and dance, the deal is done.
What the hell was that? That was Trump dancing?
Trump Gaza, golden future, a brand new light. Taste and dance, the deal is done. Trump Gaza, now the future.
Yeah, everybody's just gonna be showered with money. Of course, it's not gonna be Palestinians because all Palestinians are gonna be cleared out of the area.
Brand new light.
The Palestinians don't deserve prosperity.
Taste and dance, the deal is done. Trump Gaza, number one.
Trump Gaza, number one.
Trump Gaza, shining bright, golden future.
Why do they return to this guy eating? I don't get it. What is this supposed to signify?
Golden.
The golden statue, like the golden calf. It's pretty ironic, all things considered. All that praying, all that Christianity symbolism, and yet Trump is building a golden calf of himself.
Future, a brand new light.
Yeah, all the...
Feast and dance, the deal is done.
Oh my god!
Trump right, golden future, a brand new light. Feast and dance, the deal is done. Trump Gaza, number one.
Trump Gaza, number one. This is so surreal. This is so horrible and so encapsulates the mentality that Trump has about Gaza so perfectly. This actually unironically encapsulates the deal. Again, the thing that Trump wants for Gaza. Ethnic cleansing, we're gonna turn it into a resort. I called it that he was just trying to, that he would just turn it into some sort of a resort. Benjamin. It's probably a reference to Elon Musk giving all humanitarian aid to Palestinians. True. The emperors literally have no clothes. Like, I get the whole Trump will fix everything stuff, but Netanyahu looks so evil there. I mean, that's because he is. Oh my god.
Donald's coming to set you free, bringing the light.
Donald Trump is gonna set you free because he's gonna ethnically cleanse you out of the land.
For all to see, no more time.
This is so, I don't even, I'm so glad that all those Palestinians are out of here so that I can enjoy my meal in peace now.
No more fear. Trump Gaza is finally
apart from the strippers can stay.
Here. Trump Gaza shining bright, golden future.
There's so much to analyze in this video, in this short video.
Brand new life, taste and dance.
Oh my god.
The deal is done. Trump Gaza.
Yeah, everybody's just gonna be showered with cash, as I said before.
Number one, Trump Gaza shining bright, golden future, a brand new life. Feast and dance, the deal is done.
This? Oh my god.
Trump Gaza, number one.
Trump Gaza, number one. So I did it. I did the react. I don't know what to. It's so short as well. But again, it so perfectly encapsulates the ethnic cleansing. Oh, I mean the prosperity plan for Gaza. We're just gonna move 2 million people somewhere. I think it's Netanyahu, yeah. We're just gonna move 2 million people somewhere. We're of course gonna keep the strippers, and we're gonna turn it into a resort. Okay, we're gonna level the city to the end because we can still see some buildings standing, and we're just gonna, you know, like the smile at the end as well. Yeah, it's insane. It's actually insane. What is more insane is that Trump actually posted it on his thing as a serious. I don't know. I just it's.
No more tunnels, no more.
This scene actually amuses me the most of it all. It's just like the inner dialogue that I can just picture here. Oh, finally we've gotten rid of those Palestinians. I can, you know, enjoy myself in this resort. You have a sense of that where the like the volume of protest action in my city is down since the ceasefire. Do you have a sense of that where you are? No, not really. It might be because of the winter, but this is just crazy.
No more fear.
This is crazy that this sort of thing is being advertised on top of a planned ethnic cleansing of 2 million people.
Finally here. Trump gods are shining bright. Golden future, a brand new.
Donald Trump, Macht Frei, going fit on Trump Tower main entrance. I know.
Taste and dance, the deal is done. Trump gods are done.
And I guess the entry to this resort will be, I don't know, $5 million, just like the golden card. Someone has to fund all these luxuries.
Shining bright, golden future, a brand new light. Feast and dance, the deal is done.
This is so dystopian, actually. This is horrifying.
Trump Gaza, #1.
This is such a dystopian video as well. Trump Gaza. God. The worst thing is that this is probably actually how he envisions it. This is unironically probably how he envisions Gaza to be when he's finished with it. Of course, who cares what happens to the 2 million people that are there? Oh well. It happens. From the director of the Abraham Accords and the executive producer of the mass starvation of Yemen. True. Jesus. Starring the guys who found the Janjaweed. In 2026, Trump Gaza. God. This is gonna be... Well, we've done it. This is this is insane. This is an insane video. This level of cringe should be illegal. This is very woke. Oh. That's one of the stripper... Look at the beards. This is very woke. I don't think they have beards in the video. I'll have to check. I have to fact check this screenshot. I don't believe that this is woke. I don't believe in those beards.
Coming to set you free, bringing the light for all to see. No more tunnels, no more fear.
Wait, hold on. True, they look like beards. They're masks actually, but they do look like beards. None of this could have happened without Brandon ever. Listen, Biden mismanaged Gaza. Biden screwed it all up. And now it's time for a real solution. The real solution is Trump Gaza. And people actually unironically thought that Trump would be better on Israel-Palestine than Biden. People are like, oh, Biden is so bad. Trump will probably be better, right? Well, there you go. There you have it. Trump Gaza. Mariupol vibes in terms of Russia real estate agents advertising. Probably. It's like a Solovyov propaganda video. I mean, Russia and the US are seeking to normalize relations, so maybe they take notes. Maybe they take notes from one another as to how to create their little propaganda pieces. Bearded belly dancers. True. Alright. Now we're gonna talk about Vietnam. Did you know that there is a new missile, a game changer? There's a game changer missile that is in India. I bet you didn't know that India has a new game changing missile, cruise missile. Let me see the video. Wait, is there a sound? No. It flies with the speed of sound. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this missile. It's a game changer, apparently. Alright, we've seen the game changer in action, and now we're going to read about it. The Indian military released a video on Wednesday showing two game-changing cruise missiles, which can strike enemy targets precisely that were fired in rapid succession. Why it matters. In late April, India, which has a disputed border with China, delivered the supersonic anti-ship and land attack missile BrahMos to the Philippines, and apparently Vietnam might be obtaining them as well, which is why I said that we'll be talking about Vietnam, the country that absolutely hates China. Maybe not officially, but I assure you, Vietnam hates China. A South China Sea country that has clashed with China over marine features claimed by both sides. Manila described the acquisition of a significant game changer. Actually, Vietnam is having a pretty significant water dispute with China as well. I'm going to demonstrate it to you in a moment. What to know? The BrahMos is capable of flying at nearly 3 times the speed of sound, so 3 times the speed of sound, and launching from ships, land, and aircraft, according to its manufacturer BrahMos Aerospace, which is a joint venture between India and Russia. Because Russia, as much as neutral it pretends to be, has a long history of weapons manufacturing cooperation with the USSR and by extension with Russia. So I'm gonna say that is basically all we need to know about India's supposed neutrality, okay? But moving on. In the video provided by the Western Command of the Indian Army, the BrahMos missiles were fired from a land-based launcher at an undisclosed location, flying towards the ocean one after another. The Indian Army said that it was a perfect salvo launch of missiles. The multimedia digital platform, The New Indian, said a salvo launch is designed to overwhelm enemy defenses, ensuring higher mission success rates. The launch served as a deterrent, signaling India's readiness to neutralize threats with precision strikes, it added. Right? The daytime launch validated the missile's capability of the formation to engage targets deep into enemy territory with what it called clinical precision, which, by the way, Ukraine could use such clinical precision weapons right about now. Oh, wow. If only India could be actually more neutral. The Indian that would be pretty ironic if Russia would be hit with missiles that it helped develop. The Indian Army wrote in a post on X formerly Twitter, which also came with a tag, "No target too deep." The BrahMos has a staged range of 290 kilometers, 180 miles for its baseline version, while its extended variant has an estimated range between 450 and 500 kilometers. You have the mileage. The Indian Navy launched 2 warships and 1 submarine on the same day, highlighting New Delhi's strategic focus in the Indian Ocean, an area that it views as its backyard, amid China's expanding naval presence far away from the country's shores. Besides the Philippines, Vietnam is poised to become the second country to acquire the BrahMos. Hanoi has protested over China's actions in the Gulf of Tonkin, which is our next topic actually. We're going to be talking about this now. Located between 2 nations and over reported assaults on Vietnamese fishermen in the South China Sea. The Chinese Defense Ministry did not immediately respond to a request for comment. What people are saying. BrahMos Aerospace said in a post on X, "Congratulations to Western Command of the Indian Army for the spectacular salvo launch of BrahMos supersonic cruise missile." Showcasing weapons' unparalleled firepower, infused with indigenous technologies to precisely hit targets deep into enemy territory. Indian news channel Republic TV reported, "This successful launch reaffirms the Indian Army's readiness and ability to respond decisively to any potential threats, strengthening its position as a formidable force in the region." And it says here now that India will conduct further tests. But now let's turn our attention to Vietnam and why it will be obtaining those game-changing BrahMos missiles. There you go. China responds to neighbor's sea claim with military drills. Live ammo military drills.
有炮队对海射击，打击敌无人艇。开往这把，发！
So there you have it. This is the showcase of the drills. And the drills are because China feels like its water territory is being threatened by Vietnam. Its imperial interest is being threatened. China began 5 live fire drills this week in the Gulf of Tonkin, just days after Vietnam unveiled a new map defining its territorial claims in the strategic waterway. And now, I'm going to show you the actual Gulf of Tonkin. I've prepared for this stream for once. This is Vietnam. It's a very long country, as you can see. Hanoi, the capital. And the south you have Saigon. This is the Gulf in question. So as you can see, China, which is here, has just as much right to it as Vietnam. Based on the placement alone, you can tell that it's not just China's to govern. Vietnam very clearly has claim over it as well, right? Did I manage to shoot something down, or are we watching Chinese propaganda? It's a military drill. It's a military drill as a response to Vietnam reasserting itself in the Gulf of Tonkin, which I'm showing to you right now on screen. It's a show of force, I suppose. Why it matters. China and Vietnam signed a 2000 agreement to delineate their sections of the Gulf of Tonkin, known in China as the Beibu Gulf. A separate deal established a common fishing zone last year. However, China expanded its claims by declaring a new baseline that could impact navigation, research, and other activities by foreign nations in the affected area. So again, we're talking about here. Yeah? We're talking about here exactly. This riled Vietnam, which urged Beijing to adhere to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, defines a baseline as the line tracing a country's coastline from which its territorial waters and maritime zones are measured, which would mean that, yes, the Gulf of Tonkin would, a lot of it would fall under the Vietnam jurisdiction under this sort of framework, right? Look at the Vietnamese coastline and then look at the Gulf of Tonkin, right? On Monday, China's Maritime Safety Administration announced 3 days of live fire exercises, warning ships to steer clear of designated area near the Chinese side of the Gulf northwest of the island province of Hainan. The Chinese agency did not mention Vietnam. The Vietnamese authorities have not remarked on the notice. So basically, it's a warning towards Vietnam, but both sides are being very quiet about it. It's not very explicit. I mean, it sort of is, but both sides are trying to play it cool. The drills come after Vietnam published a map displaying its 14-point baseline, which extends from the mouth of the Bac Long River bordering China in the north to the maritime border with Cambodia in the southwest. Analysts have observed that the baseline announced by China last year overlaps with international waters, sometimes by as much as 50 nautical miles, 57 miles. Conversely, Vietnam conforms strictly to UNCLOS maritime researcher Song UNCLOS maritime researcher Song Fan told Radio Free Asia. While China and Vietnam have maintained generally stable relations in recent decades, disputes over oil exploration and fishing rights have sometimes driven up tensions. In September, Chinese government forces allegedly assaulted Vietnamese fishermen in the contested Paracel Islands, leaving several with broken limbs. This prompted a rare public protest from Hanoi. Beijing said its personnel had been professional and restrained. In addition to Vietnam, China's territorial claims in the South China Sea overlap with those of the Philippines, Malaysia, Taiwan, Brunei, and Indonesia. Also, I'm pretty sure China also have territorial disputes with Japan. Just so you know. Small fishing boat, buffer zone, Vietnam's new baseline claim. This is a fair baseline claim, by the way. This is a very fair claim by Vietnam. What people are saying. Maritime researcher Song Fan told Radio Free Asia, although the Chinese exercise area of northwest Hainan Island is relatively far from Vietnam's waters, the timing seems too close to be pure coincidence. And I agree. But then again, I will tell you that Vietnam really hates China. Vietnam views China basically like Ukraine views um, Russia, because some of you may not know, the territory of Vietnam at one point has been occupied by China for 1,000 years. 1,000 years of occupation will leave a lasting memory in a country, I think. And so it explains why Vietnam is so eager to embrace the US even after the war in Vietnam, and why it's so eager to observe and see how reliable, for example, the US is as a military ally to Vietnam. Like, Ukraine could be very well assigned for Vietnam that it should not trust the US against China. China has territorial disputes with almost all its neighbors, including with Russia. I'm not sure about Russia, actually. I'm not sure what territorial disputes China has with Russia. I know it has one with India, definitely. I know it has territorial disputes with all its Asian neighbors. I know Russia has territorial disputes with Japan. Vietnam's foreign ministry said, according to the local media, the baseline creates an additional legal foundation to safeguard and uphold Vietnam's sovereignty. I agree with that. Sovereign rights and jurisdiction support economic growth, enhance maritime management, and foster international cooperation in the future. And I genuinely think that the baseline that Vietnam has charted is fair. Under the when we look at the coastline of Vietnam. It remains to be seen whether Beijing will adhere to Hanoi's baseline. The two countries have not yet concluded a new fishery cooperation agreement to replace the one expired in 2020. So yeah, I think this baseline is actually more than fair on Hanoi's part. And this is the bit where China's territorial ambitions challenged by new missiles on doorstep. This is where Vietnam gets those missiles to sort of prepare itself as to prepare a deterrent against China, I would say. This is an attempt to create a deterrent. Vietnam and the Philippines are nearing a 700 million deal for BrahMos cruise missiles, Wyon reported Sunday, at a time of maritime tensions with China. Why it matters. If finalized, Vietnam will become the second nation in the region after the Philippines to acquire the difficult to intercept supersonic missiles, which were jointly developed India and Russia and can be launched from the land, air, and sea. The Philippines, which received its first batch of BrahMos missiles earlier this year, described the acquisition as a significant game changer. We've read about it in the other article. The move drew condemnation from Beijing, which lays claim to most of the South China Sea. This puts China at odds with the competing territorial claims from the Philippines, Vietnam, and other Southeast Asian neighbors, which because China is the local bully. China is the local imperial bully of Asia. It's the Russia of Asia, you could say. While Vietnam has pursued a less assertive approach towards its disputes with China than the administration of Philippines President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., Hanoi has issued multiple protests this year over Chinese actions in the Gulf of Tonkin and reported assaults on Vietnamese fishermen in the contested Paracel Islands. We should Google Paracel Islands, actually, to give you an idea. Here we go. Perfect. Vietnam. We're learning a lot, aren't we? I want them shown. Okay, I want them clearly displayed somewhere. Marked. Here, I guess you have him here. Oh, that's good. This is perfect, actually. Vietnam, Paracel Islands. This is where the Vietnamese fishermen were attacked. This is where it happened. By China. Because China has disputes with all the countries. Okay? Myanmar. So let's return. Blah, 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 blah. Indian ambassador to Vietnam, Sandeep Arya, and senior military officials attended the second Vietnam International Defense Expo last week, showcasing New Delhi's strategic engagement in the region. Meanwhile, the Philippines is seeking to purchase the U.S. Army's mid-range capability MRC missile system known as Typhoon to strengthen its maritime defenses. So Asia is strengthening itself against China, in other words. It is planned to be acquired because we see its feasibility and functionality in our concept of archipelagic defense. The Philippine Daily Inquirer quoted Philippine Army Chief Lieutenant General Roy Galido as saying at a press conference, "A Typhoon system has already been stationed on Luzon, the Philippines' most popular island, since April. While the US and Manila emphasize the deployment is for training purposes, it sparked protests from Beijing." Philippine Defense Secretary Gilberto Teodoro responded by saying the system is aimed at security risks, threats, and challenges rather than any specific country, which is basically like saying that it's targeted at China because China is the main security risk, threat, and challenge in the area. Let's be completely honest about that. The 290-mile range of the Standard Missile-6 and 1,000-mile range of the Tomahawk land attack missile both can be fired from the U.S. Army's Typhoon launch system, currently deployed to northern Philippines. The Typhoon system's mobility and ability to engage both ground and air targets make it a valuable addition to the Philippines' arsenal. It can be armed with munitions such as Tomahawk cruise missiles, whose 1,500-mile range would cover China's militarized artificial islands in the South China Sea and much of its eastern coastline. The U.S.-Philippine Mutual Defense Treaty, which dates back 7 decades, has been repeatedly reaffirmed by President Joe Biden and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, emphasizing that it extends to the entire South China Sea. What people are saying. Colin Koch, Senior Fellow, Institute of Defense and Strategic Studies on X, formerly Twitter. Missiles galore in Southeast Asia, hot on the heels of reports of Philippines' negotiations to acquire Typhoon MRC from the US. Vietnam is close to finalizing a deal to acquire BrahMos from India. Mao Ning, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson. By bringing in this strategic offensive weapon, the Philippines is enabling a country outside the region to fuel tensions and incite geopolitical confrontation. We urge the Philippines to correct its wrongdoings, pull out the Typhoon missile systems, and publicly pledge and stop going further down the wrong path. So, in other words, do not prepare defenses against us. It's basically like Russia says to Ukraine, stay defenseless against us and there won't be any trouble. Okay? Do not shore up your defenses or there might be trouble. It cannot get any clearer than that, okay? Stop your wrongdoings. Frankly, all Asian countries that are neighboring China should be shoring up their defenses, especially Taiwan. The wrong path. This is especially funny since China has rejected Trump's proposal to cut funding for the military. Newsweek reached out to the US Department of Defense and Indian Defense Ministry by email with requests for response. What happens next? The India-Vietnam missile deal could be finalized as soon as February. WION wrote, adding that Vietnam has already reviewed the commercial and technical aspects of the agreement with Indian defense officials. So yes, Vietnam as well as the Philippines are doing the smart thing. They're getting missiles that are able to bolster their defense against China. China is understandably unhappy, but to be frank, in this case, I just don't care. China is the local bully in the area, and countries surrounding it have the right to defend themselves against that, especially since China wishes to strongman its way into grabbing territory from other countries and influence over the sea at the cost of other countries. It's ridiculous, and I'm not gonna be for that. In other words, I am pro Vietnam getting those missiles, and the Philippines for that matter. All right, thank you. I've done the thing. I've done the Asia bit. I've done my mandatory Vietnam segment. Isn't that great? How many streamers do you know that have done a Vietnam segment? Okay? I don't think you know many. I think 0 streamers have done a Vietnam segment. All right. I'm gonna rate someone now. I'm proud of myself. Whew. Oh my gosh. I'm so proud of my achievement. I'm gonna see you. I'm gonna see you. Oh my god. I might. Today's the 27th. Today's the 27th, so if I stream through the night, I'll be streaming into my birthday. Lucy brings the exceptional coverage. Wow, thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, I'll see you. I'm gonna raid you into somebody, both on Twitch and on YouTube. Stream manager. We don't have many people on Twitch today, but you know what? Whatever. Who do we raid? Raid channel. Who do we raid? Who do I raid on Twitch? I don't know anybody on Twitch. Who do I raid? Help me, Philip August. Wow. Size shaming. Judge me by my size, will you? Will you? Judge me by my size, will you, Philippe Auguste? Okay, I'm rating here. I've rated. So I'm gonna see you. Am I rating? We're unable to raid. we are unable to raid. So I guess this person is just not online. I don't know. I cannot raid this person. I have no clue why. We are unable to raid this person at this time. Oh, right. Okay. What's with the unable to raid stuff? Wait, raid K, just chatting. Okay, we're gonna raid this person. Okay, this person I can raid. So I'm gonna see you later. I'm gonna raid someone. Who do I raid on YouTube then? Okay, raided this person on Twitch. Yeah, start watching. Alright. I'm gonna raid someone on YouTube now. Who do I raid on YouTube? I have no clue. I'm gonna check all of my streamers later. Thanks, Lucy. Thank you. What do I raid? Let's go with Riverboat Jack. Alright. Finished. See you tomorrow. See you. I will see you. Finish.